just use it exclusively. You don't want to when parents go out to the store, having loads of space available for them and just be like, I'm going to pack in the stable spot, bugger it. They would never do that. Never do that. They would use it as a tool when they needed to use it. Now, autistic individuals, if they have an experience of the store and there's nothing, but there's a disability they have, they use it for their anxiety, give them access, and actually quality of life. Now, as the leaders, I think that's okay, and that needs to be used sensibly, responsibly. However, when you're just giving it out for anxiety and ADHD, there's no need. In my personal opinion, I have ADHD, and of course I have anxiety as well because there was some. Would I suggest that some of the GAD, like generalized anxiety diagnosis, would actually need a parking space close to the store? No. Anxiety isn't a disability as such. Anxiety is a mental health condition that needs help, needs support. It's not a disability. It's a mental health problem. Yeah, a neurological disability like autism is. Now, ADHD, even though it's neurological, it's kind of on the lower end of the spectrum where you've got really low support needs. Like ADHD people can manage really well with medication, and they can function pretty well in social situations and other types of, areas of their life, which autistic people can't. Now, when you have autism and ADHD together, that's a whole new ballgame, and I've done a couple of videos on that, so I'll try and leave a link for it somewhere here. But
they want to medicate, bro. I don't know about medicine.
I see that all of the milestones we've made for the autism community, like having disability support in universities and schools, having the sunflower lanyard supported for hidden disabilities, so you get access to help and support at airports and public spaces, and then blue badge for autistic individuals who feel the need that they need that extra support when they're going to parking places. All of that suddenly becomes almost obsolete, and it disappears because we're going to have a flood of people who are just going to abuse the system because they say, oh, I've got an anxiety diagnosis. And they could go to the doctor and pretend to have anxiety and get a diagnosis done, right? Or maybe they even self-identify as neurodivergent, which bugs me. I don't like that term, self-identification. Not about identifying, right? It's not identity. It's actually a diagnosis of something. If you were ADHD or autism, it's a diagnosis of something, which is how your brain was created. As autistic individuals, we should be a bit annoyed. Like, we struggle our entire lives, of the pain of dealing with the stress and the strain that comes with the difficulties we face in life. The amount of times I've been close to the edge.
I'll keep this quick. We need a huge number of donations today to flip this US.
It is. I don't want to talk about it, but it's difficult, right? And I look at that, and I look at the whole picture and the struggles I've had, which is just enormous, from growing up to even just now, still as an adult, right? And then I've had to go through so many assessments and brain scans and stuff like that just to see, and then I get the diagnosis at the other end. And then somebody can just be like, oh, I just identify as autistic. I was like, no, you don't just identify as autistic, man. Like, come on. Because what happens when we allow that, we then get a taking away of the actual things that are there to support you and help you. I was an advisory member of an advisory board here in Wales for the ADHD part of Neurodivergent Wales, and they did a survey that went out for what people need. And I said, what were the prerequisites? And they said, oh, you just had to either be diagnosed with ADHD or self-identify as ADHD. I said, well, that's not going to give you the right data. You know, we don't just self-identify as brain surgeons, so you can't just self-identify as an autistic person because you think so. No, you need to have a process, right? So that's why that bugs me, and that's why it annoys me. It has to be done at a professional level. And these things, when we start allowing this stuff to happen, we are going to lose all of the accessibility that we've built up and that we have. It annoys me, it bugs me. Again, it's my opinion. Take it with a pinch of salt, but I think we're on a slippery slope if we allow this stuff to carry on continue. And I said this to the advisory board group when I was doing it. And I'll stand by that. And it's not saying that I'm superior because I've got a diagnosis. No. I want people to get diagnoses. I actually have been working with the NHS and the national health boards across Europe to lower wait times, to lower access. How can we introduce more? I'm actually doing this myself. Like, I'm now partnering with other third-party companies to lower the prices of private diagnosis to a fraction of the cost that it would do. So, like, I'm right now, and this is like some intel. I'm actually working with companies to bring down the cost of a diagnosis of autism or ADHD to like £200 to £300 rather than £2,000 to £3,000, right, British pounds. And that's going to be run through my website, because right now you can go to my website, theaspieworld.com/autism test or theaspieworld.com/test, and you'll see I have a autism or ADHD test that will tell you that, an indicator if you are neurodivergent, if it's autism or ADHD. You can take that data, and I highly recommend people to take the data and then go and seek a website, because right now you can go to my website, theaspieworld.com/autism test or theaspieworld.com/test, and you'll see I have a autism or ADHD test that will tell you that, an indicator if you are neurodivergent, if it's autism or ADHD. You can take that data, and I highly recommend people to take the data and then go and seek a official diagnosis, because that's not a diagnosis, that's just an indicator. It's an AQ test, right? It's an autism or neurodivergent quotient test, and that was taken from the data of the people who created those tests. So it's legit. It's not like I made it. And soon I'm going to be able to offer those people who do score high on there the ability to pay a fraction of the cost to go and get the diagnosis done. So I'm working hard every day to make sure that we can get that access done. And it's not restricting. I'm not trying to restrict help and support. I'm trying to get people the right support, the right access. It bugs me, and I just wanted to come on here and do this video about it. So yeah, let me know your comments down below. But if you are autistic and you want autism life hacks, I have a free PDF book and bespoke.
Yoder-built greenhouses has been crafting and delivering. Being a child or looking, at the beautiful mountain, looking at the humanity from like a bird's eye view, looking at this romantic play that's taking place. And even on psychedelic journeys, you can have experiences of seeing the decay, the death, and the life, and you're like, wow, this is all a beautiful process. I feel like the essence of love and the essence of beauty, the essence of oneness will be the foundational force that this negative energy can never fully overtake. That if you look at the strength of darkness and of evil versus the strength of beauty and oneness, for me it's like no competition. But we're just at that stage where we're witnessing all this darkness that's taking place. And a lot of it can be what furthers awakening. Like when all the COVID stuff happened, it's like it also helped a lot of people wake up. It also showed people who's who and where do you stand. So I'm always an eternal optimistic. But yeah, I gotta say that it's I feel like love wins at the end of the day. In this epic drama we got going on.
Yeah, and I think I really resonate with what Charles Eisenstein said in his story that we made a little short film about called Gathering of the Tribe. And in that story, it's, no matter how lost you get, there'll be more help sent along the way. So you'll never be alone. That's one element of it. And that we are going to make it, but it depends on each one of us playing our part. and the recognition that every action, every choice that we take has cosmic significance. And so it's the paradox of we're going to make it, and it requires the very best of all of us.
Yeah, I love that.
So, okay, let's go.
Yeah.
Anything else that that you've been kind of researching, looking at, that you'd like to kind of bring to attention before we bring us to a close?
Oh yeah. Well, I find that there's this essence of, for me, the driving force has always been where science
Guy in a
and
gray shirt.
spirituality come to a holistic point of view.
Guy
where we
in a
can
gray shirt.
look at the science and the
Is it
physics of
blue
this
gray
universe,
or is it just gray?
that we can see the spiritual component to
I think it's just gray.
So what I've been finding is that when I started looking back at all of these,
He has a very lippy mind. Like his mind is like the way he talks. I mean, it's not
that all
his
of them
mind.
had this unified understanding of our universe. That
He
everything
like
goes
rests
down
on his
to this
lips. If you notice,
aspect that is powered by electricity. It has all the
you notice how much
information of
rest he's
magnetism,
doing, like on
and that the
those
singularity that's inside of
those
us,
slow lip
from,
movements. I'm saying the slow lip
Walter
movements.
Russell's aspect to Victor Schwarberg, that they
That's
all
where his
talk about
mind.
where there's
That's
this,
where you'll be
we're
watching
able
his
to
mind.
get
You'll.
to this stillness
That's what.
inside
That's
of
where
us.
I can see his
That's
mind
where
flipping the
all the
pages. Different people happens in different ways, right?
And it's something that
He's a lippy.
is really going to be
He's a lippy guy.
seeing even with medicine, that it's going into biofield science and how we're actually having a huge transition.
You have to listen deeply to the
now where we're
voice
starting to see, like, wow, this
to
is
get
an
all the
energy first
context clues.
system that we're really
It's not just in the
witnessing
face; it's in the voice
this
too.
reality
I can
begin to
read people.
morph and begin to change with consciousness. So I'm right there with you. Is that there's definitely what I've been finding is that as our consciousness shifts and our understanding of this physical realm shifts, it has an effect on this realm and how we experience it. So it's like the more that each one of us individually can come to that center point.
The 100 monkeys,
begin
bro.
to look at our
That's
reality
been
and
proven.
ask those questions.
The 100
like, how does
monkeys.
nature form like this, and how does all this take place?
Once that 100 monkey
And
washes his
begin
potato
to,
in the stream, all the
find
monkeys
the
wash
true
their
answers,
potatoes in the
true
stream.
gnosis to life. But yeah, I love it.
Well, let's go, man. Thanks
Yeah.
for doing your part.
Yeah,
And it's always good to meet a fellow traveler on the way.
hell yeah.
And we each have our own particular part of the boulder that we're pushing, but it's the same boulder. And maybe we can learn from the ancients on how to move this boulder a little easier, a little bit lighter, a few less strains and pulls and pulleys and levers, and just kind of move it with the grace and ease that they clearly moved these megalithic stones. It feels like megalithic stones that we got to move.
Yeah.
But actually, with the right mindset, I think we can move them into the right place much more easily.
So well put. So well put. Being able to take that essence of these huge boulders, but really with magnetism, we could just do it with pure essence.
Yeah, a little more woo way.
Yeah, a little bit more woo way.
Yeah,
for sure.
Exactly. Where can people find more?
You're the CDXXX Savage CS. Oh, he was on. He just ended it.
About 2 o'clock, so I shook their hands and said, thank you, y'all great, and this, that, and the other. I come back and I'm putting my TVs down and everything, and
Whoops.
your name is?
Oh, what live stream I was watching? Come on, it didn't show up in my history. Jesus.
Double tap.
YouTube likes you better than the guy I was trying to watch. YouTube likes you better than the guy I was trying to watch.
No.
There he is.
By asking and everything.
YouTube had to
look
put him
what
behind a
shit I
fucking
got
random stream I've never seen before.
into. Didn't wanna
Meanwhile, the
lie.
whole time
Just
it's
lie.
feeding me
Work
shit
your
I've seen
lies.
before.
Tell the truth. You got
Like,
pissed.
I'm damned either
I
way.
got an air conditioner, you didn't. They dropped it off.
Like
at
the
your
button
door,
has
sent it
shrank
back
so
here.
far.
A kind person would have said, "Yo, that's probably for 420 Jim back there, seeing it says 420 Jim. Don't act like they don't know me. Surely they know my name if they've told me to leave for a couple of weeks." You see where I'm getting at? None of their shit makes sense. No, well, yeah, I moved parking spots. Oh, the sheriff was really good. Oh, hey, man, I came back here and the guy.
So you guys, you ready to hear the
We-
instructions on how to leave a proper chat at Melt S'more's live stream? Shout out to Melt More. He's got some instructions. He wants you guys to know how to properly leave a comment on his live stream.
Silence is not what people are there for, right? I spend most of my day in silence, right? Joe works for a lot of it, and I just stay quiet. And I try to learn from my life and from my experiences, but it's not always, you know, right to say it in so many words. I don't need you to validate everything I say, but like today's conversation about me, somebody asking me, what do I enjoy doing most in life? And I say, the streams, and this is my purpose. And you saying my purpose is stupid. I don't know
Your
how that's
purpose is
valuable.
stupid.
And I will, in that way,
And you're not a nice
not
guy.
validate comments like that either.
And I didn't need to
I
validate.
do want
I
to
didn't need you to validate you.
let you know that I value you as
And
well.
I
You're
don't
important to me
fucking
too.
care what you think. You need me to. You need me to know that, huh? You need me to know
Leaving
that.
words as if prayers wanting to be shared, kind of thing, right?
Oh,
Making
what?
sure that when we send a message, that love is true in our intent, even if it's not interpreted that way. Reading our message again, like thinking about the sensitivities of the
Even
other
if it's
person,
not interpreted that way. What does that even
staying
mean?
from that place.
Like, what is this guy placing? What? Anyway, you got to place. You got to properly place your comments in the Melt More live stream.
Words as
I
if
don't quite
prayers wanting to
understand
be
it. Maybe you
shared,
guys can help
kind
me.
of thing, right? Making sure that when we send a message, that love is true in our intent, even if it's not interpreted that way. Reading our message again, like thinking about the sensitivities of the other person, staying from that place.
What? What from that place?
Even if it's not interpreted that way. Reading our message again, like thinking about the sensitivities of the other person, staying from that place.
I didn't quite catch the last. Paying from that place? You guys catch that?
Thinking about the sensitivities of the other person, staying from that place.
Okay. Paying from that place? Anyway. I didn't need your validation, and I didn't need this. This was not nice. You're not a nice person for doing this. You need to stop this kind of behavior, son.
I came back here and the guy says, "Yo, come on. We ain't putting up with this. Here's your spot." And boom, here I got me a spot all by myself. Here's how you can go out. We have 2 driveways of our own. When you pull out of their driveway, pull in the first one or the second one. It don't matter. They're ours.
There you go.
It's the difference between Christians and demons.
There you go.
No, I don't want to sue them. Did you get the AC? Yeah. I don't have it installed and turned on. I'm going to do that this afternoon now that I know I can be here. I'm going to start working on it and get out of
I'm heartbroken my friendship with Meltmore didn't turn out. He seemed like he was so close to being, you know, a decent guy for a while there. But yeah, I told Meltmore I don't think he's a nice guy for leaving me instructions. I couldn't even understand about how to leave a comment in his live stream. I think that's rude. I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. I love how Sriracha goes and randomly comments on people's Discords. Like, not very often, but like every once in a while. The internet made fun of me. Oh, Sriracha's on Twitch. I missed it. Maybe she's still on. Probably not. It's been an hour since the post. I missed the hour. I missed the post. It was an hour ago. I was just talking about you, Sriracha. You were leaving these fun, wholesome breadcrumbs. Yeah. Why can't I find? Oh, there she is. Sriracha AF. Apple Garden Chat. I just missed it. How do I subscribe? I gotta subscribe. Let's go. You're getting my primey. $11 minutes ago. I'm subscribed. This video is only available to subscribers. Subscribe now to watch and support the channel. I am. I need to restart the app, I guess. I am subscribed.
Go to the micro stream. I will go to the micro stream. Hi. Hi.
Here it is.
Welcome to the micro stream.
Welcome to the micro stream.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome to the micro stream.
Are we live?
Hello. We are live.
Welcome to the micro stream.
Welcome to the micro stream. In my car.
I'm trying to see where my dogs are. Uh-oh. Bernie's limped. We're testing this. My phone is on its last edges, ends of days. It's mostly my fault. I haven't uploaded it in a long time, and I hate doing it because it's inconvenient. So it's not really old, it's just struggling. What up, baby? Thank you.
PB in the chat.
That sounds like a disease. We're walking to the greenhouse. How's your day? Welcome. It's May 28th, 2026. We're at my the greenhouse. The greenhouse. There's a bug on my phone. Don't trip. These ones? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to repot it. It's getting close. That one, okay, let me see. We got a few things growing here. I already have my caffeine.
Anyway, I'll just brush off the seat. I'm not worried. It's my car. It's a car. It gets dirty.
We got Full Zest, Tropical Slushy,
Quick toe break.
Cherries, and
Jai Bar every day.
True Blood. Not that I really care. It's just, part of the deal. Yo, Red Lucy. Thank you. Happy birthday to me. Thank you.
Hillbilly in the chat. I'm glad. Oh, when she said PB, I was thinking PJ.
Probably.
She calls Pillbilly PB. I call him Pillbilly. Pillbilly, such a good guy.
I don't know. It just felt right. So, happy Thursday. I'm thinking it's either Friday or Wednesday, not Thursday.
Happy Thursday.
We're in the updated greenhouse. It has, I don't know if you've seen these grow lights, but my brother gifted them to me like long time ago, and we're finally, it's not even hooked up, but it's literally there's electricity.
It's about to be.
See the outlet. There's an electrical box. So official. And a vent for, peepers. Peekaboo. Oh my gosh. I don't want to open it one-handed. I got an apple. Let me do
He got an apple. Sriracha's eating an apple.
Today? Probably not. Gabby, where are you? Gibisa. There you are. All right.
I'm clipping my fingernails in just a minute. I'm just gonna.
Shade to read comments because.
Hi, vegan dolls.
There it is. I just got back to work today after a few days off with family.
I like
in
it.
town.
I like it. I like it.
What up, Memorial Day
I like
weekend extended? Was it your birthday? It is. It's today. It's today. What up? Wait, shoot. It's Baines. Is that Beans? It's Baines.
I gave Racha a primey, and I didn't even know it was her birthday. Hey, vegan dolls. This is the edgy.
Oh, it's Woo. Oh my
Facebook.
gosh, it's Woo. Hi,
Facebook
Woo.
purchase.
Beans is at work, right? Yeah, welcome to the garden. You see this? I'm glad you're here.
Yes.
There's little witchy things happening. You know what I mean?
It works really well. It's the thing. It sold it to me because it's a really sharp blade. It doesn't
Tell him hi when he wakes.
crush your fingernail. It actually just slides through it.
Lupine flowers, lemons, cucumbers.
It's crazy.
Cucumbers, gherkins.
My fingernail
All
feels
of
like
these are so
plastic.
tiny.
The edge of it doesn't feel like a normal
So tiny. Whatever. I'm not worried about
rough surface. It feels like
This
it's so smooth, like a
is
smooth plastic.
mosquito plant.
Yeah.
Well, I'm totally
Like
missing
all
a
fancy.
ton of comments,
Otherwise, I might
so
not do them as much.
what do you?
I'm an adult thing.
I don't know where to go. This is like a sunny spot.
This
I
is
need a little
this is
shade to read
this
comments.
is
Is this a
this
good
is
spot?
this is
You
what
know
people
what?
do
Let
on
me move
YouTube,
my
right?
stool. Sorry for all the movement.
And TikTok. I could get on
Can I
TikTok with this
freeze? And then I
action.
can keep an eye on the
Oh, yeah.
dogs.
No, I need like a
Have
better.
little black
I need like an
holes.
overhead. I need a hand camera, like an overhead thing with the lighting.
And plus, it doesn't help that my
And then you'll be able to
glasses
see.
are
I'll do all my
totally,
live streams. I'll
like,
come in.
blurry. What up, Peach?
It's
What up,
very
Peach?
easy, and
What up,
it's
Peach? What up?
the features.
McHugh! Oh my gosh, it's McHugh.
A unique hinge
Welcome.
system.
Good to see you.
A sharp
Red
blade.
Lucy, how you been? My
A bin
arugula
for
is quite
storing your
tasty.
nails.
You know what? I'm growing kale and bok choy, baby choy. So they're still small. We'll catch up later.
I guess this one had something sticky on it.
Yeah.
This
thank
nail is not.
you. Good to see you. Or Domino's and Oreos commercials. Ooh. Welcome back. I do have a tiny apple. I'm gonna eat all of it. So let's just chill because I have a full day. And it's not even like birthday stuff. It's like I already been to. Oh, Gabby,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
The hinge.
She's behind the greenhouse.
Hello, doggy.
Silly girl. You know what? I'm gonna
Virtual
face her
doggy.
outwards.
I've never seen
She
Gabby. I don't
knows
think.
for me. Watch
But-
the dogs for me while I read comments.
But anyway,
okay.
this is how springs
we got
work.
pine flowers.
They don't work
Nice.
all.
And we
Springs
can
are not
have
always spirals.
12
Sometimes
per
they're like
person? Holy
this.
crap! That's a lot.
Isn't this like a spring?
So beans and I.
I'm not an
That's
engineer.
so
I just
many,
play one on
like,
TV.
You can feed. You can. I'm quoting air quotes. You can feed a whole like community with that. Not on you.
My
Like,
friend Meltmore
a lot-
sent me
a
a
lot of
nasty
A lot of people.
vegan
so
dolls.
there's
I got a
probably
nasty. Do you want to hear a story?
trampoline that's
Do you want to hear the
kind of
beef?
dismantled.
Do you want to hear the drama?
Gabby.
I got drama. Finally, I got drama in my life. I'm doing something right. I'm learning how to fight. I have a voice. I'm human sentient beings. I deserve this giving and receiving of love action. And I picked Meltmore as my special interest. Turns out you're not supposed to have people have special interest. No, I'm joking. Live streaming relationships, right? Like our culture had conditioned us to do. Turns out are not real. Oh, that hit in my heart. I felt that in my heart when I said real. Oh, I wanted my boy to be a little more mature, but I'm telling you, I can tell you, I can use my words. It didn't come easy. I'm going to try to use my words in like helpful ways, because I'm apparently the only one in my family who knows how to set boundaries. But yeah. Well, I'm not the only one. My uncle said he always had faith in me. And he doesn't live in the state anymore because that's how he did his boundaries. He got away from the toxic people. You're supposed to draw away from those people not influencing your life in the direction you want it to go. It's not positive or negative. Anyway, look at how masterfully I'm now cranking out these nail. I'm doing a left-handed job on my right hand. Now, you might have your opinions about how to carry such a phrasing. But this is my live stream. I'm inviting chats on a live stream, right? It's pretty simple idea. It's the YouTube platform. I'm kind of borrowing a piece, and you're free to say whatever you like. But some people don't have the maturity to properly use these things. I was one for a long time, so I should know. Do you know what I mean? Because like as an autistic person, like it was never my intent to really freak people out. And I know I freaked a bunch of people out, like really scared them with my intensity. You're intense. You're too intense. The autistic intensity of the thing, whatever it is, when we lock in, right? Locking in could be good, but we have to learn to use it for good. Okay, buddy. I like your softness upon my ankles, the softness of this kitty furs. The individual furs can be felt upon my ankles.
Gabby,
Hi, Inky,
come.
buddy.
I don't like her back there. There's
He took one look at my fourth chakra and was like, yeah, I need to go. My heart is a lion. And Inky, you're not welcome here. Yeah, you're my cat. I love you, but this is my sanctuary. You see how that works? I mean, it's not
somebody who has
rocket science. I mean, you could wait till, like me, your mind just goes insipid. And it becomes really easy because you don't have anything going on. Like I don't know about my mind status, but I don't have anything. I don't have much going on upstairs. Wait, I meant to say implying the downstairs, not the earthly realm, not this new age bullshit. Whatever you want to talk about, trying to whisper how to leave a proper. Anyway.
Hey, Brother Hoopy. Coming to see this message now. I have heard of
what a
that rebate
toad.
theory. I actually
What a toad.
like really started considering it when I was in my teens.
What a toad.
Where I would like to say to people
He's
that
trying to camouflage his
because of that
disgust,
as well. The whole
hatred, anger.
the
He's trying to camouflage
brain,
all that.
reptilian brain
What a
being the
toad.
pure survival,
What a
mammalian brain
toad.
being the one that likes to, connect, and
I
then
see
the
through
elephant
you.
brain is the way that I used to say it during that time, where that's the one that plans and reasons and makes for more future. I agree with your sentiment of learning from the silence, but in the live streams, silence is not what people are there for, right? I spend most of my day in silence, right? Joe works for a lot of it, and I just stay quiet, and I try to learn from my life and from my experiences, but it's not always, right to say it in so many words. I don't need you to validate everything I
It's
say.
got to be always right,
But
huh?
like today's conversation about me, somebody asking me, what do I enjoy doing most in life? And I say, the streams. And this is my purpose. And
what I'm hearing is
stupid. I don't know how that's valuable.
what I'm hearing is you're
And
gonna take
way,
offense if it's not a
validate
right
comments
comment,
like
and I
that
still
either.
don't know what that means,
I do
friend.
want to let you know that I value you as well. You're important to me too, Hoopty. But, formulating words as if prayers wanting to be shared kind of thing, right? Making sure that when we send them.
Formulate.
What I'm hearing is, take offense if it's not a right comment, and I still don't know what that means.
Let's enjoy some silence, shall we? I'm just not that guy, I guess. I'm not the guy I thought I was. I'm not the guy I thought I was. No. Maybe I'm better, though. Fuck. Couldn't be much worse. You're like, this is better? Yeah. I'm looking forward to getting put away. Whew. Meltmore can correct me, but I believe what he's telling me is that he's taking offense to every comment he says is not right. I'll be trying to be a friend and asking him what that means, because I don't understand. And I just want to participate. I wonder if he knows what participate means. Like you have a part in something, right? I mean, I do feel like I have a part in this. I do feel like I have a part in this. I don't like to be characterized. To get all this black and white type of talk. Which I don't understand the context for, but results from my comments. Now he can take those results, like those are his, you know. And these are Meltmore's results to take or to leave. These are Meltmore's results to take or leave. I give. No meaning to what I might bring other than my voice. Now, if that's not clear and you just take those results, this is my voice, these are the results. You know, that's what I said. I said what I said. It's out of my mind now. It's a good meditation technique to write stuff down. I haven't been doing that enough. Okay. You know, what I've synthesized. So, yeah, I think it's kind of silly to cut yourself off in all the ways. I can't get them out of my head. All the stupid things. Like, I just can't listen to this guy. Like it's been too much now. I let it go past the point of making sense for my life, right? But no, these are choices. That's a personal choice. Like how I spend my time, how I use my voice. It's just he doesn't seem to get that. So it's good to reflect. I'm glad you're reflective kind of a person, Eric. I love you. I'm glad you're a reflective kind of a person, but there's a time and a place.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to grab a true 16 terabyte ultra-large capacity land in Wales. If you believe in urban legends, then there's a suitcase that's buried near a remote farmland in Wales, near where the Liberty Cap magic mushrooms grow abundantly from early autumn to early winter. It's said to contain millions of doses of 99.07% pure LSD.
Secondly, there's the matter of the missing LSD. It's thought that 1.5 million tablets from the last production run at Seymour Road are unaccounted for.
It's said to have been buried in the 1970s and belonged to a network of authors, doctors, chemists, and free-thinking hippies. They believed that if they flooded the global market with the world's best acid, it could revolutionize society and transform the way people view politics, war, and our relationship to the environment.
Whoa.
And they did kind of achieve the first
Yeah, they
half
did.
of that
They
goal
touched people.
in the early 1970s.
They touched people, you guys. This is
there was
mysticism.
a 90% chance that it was produced by them.
This is
And if you bought
mysticism right
acid
here.
anywhere in the world at that time, there was
This
a
is
60%
mysticism.
chance that it was produced by them. This is the story of one of the largest ever psychedelic
This is
manufacturing
mysticism.
operations the world has ever
Not
seen.
the operation.
It's the story
I mean,
of love,
the
betrayal,
story of love.
buried treasure, and the UK's biggest ever police
story
raid, which
of buried
involved
treasure.
800 officers from 11 forces and 120 people were arrested. This is the story of the Microdot Gang.
Hi, I'm James Wiley, and I'm the author of the Microdot Gang, the rise and fall of the LSD network that changed the world.
So the top line for this story, I mean, there's so many elements to this story, but I guess one of the top lines is that during this period in the 1970s, if someone bought LSD, there was, if they were in the UK, there was 90% chance that it came from this one particular group of people that were producing it. And then globally as well, they say that it's a 60% chance. So do you think that that's accurate?
Yes. Yes, I mean, all the evidence suggests that. Their microdots, hence the name the Microdot Gang, were completely new. They were a novelty that they invented.
So what is a microdot?
Well, it's like, I mean, I'd say it's smaller than an M&M. I was going to say Smartie. But so you could fit maybe 2,000 in a matchbox. That small. So obviously in terms of distribution and incredibly easy to move around.
These yellow and green ones are the famous domes, and the little black ones are the microdots. Any one of these little packets contains about 1,000 doses of LSD.
Yeah, so they're very, very tiny, and you just pop them.
So it's a highly condensed pill.
Yeah, from the original, what would be a liquid.
Yes.
Because when LSD first appeared, as it were recreationally, it was in liquid form.
And people would put it in a sugar cube.
Yeah, or dab, or get a dropper, dab a bit on your tongue.
Yeah.
Turn on, tune in, drop out.
Well, it was a sort of period of transition, really, because the sort of optimism of the mid to, let's say, 68, 69, the optimism that early period, characterized as flower power,
anti-Vietnam War,
love-ins, that general sense that we're going to create a new world, it's going to be wonderful. Had come up against hard reality. Governments and law enforcement, had woken up to what was going on and had reacted quite strongly in most countries. a proportion of those involved in the movement for change gave up on peaceful protest. So you get the beginning of left-wing terrorist groups, small cells of young revolutionaries. And it's the beginning of festivals, the kind of development of a proper free festival scene. It's when people start going to Stonehenge in greater numbers. And it's when the environmental movement, ideas about ecology and alternative ways of living, becomes very attractive as well.
And so in the backdrop of all this,
yes,
we had Richard and Christine.
Yes.
How did they meet?
They met at university in Liverpool. She was studying to be a doctor, and he was studying biochemistry and various other sciences.
Is it fair to say that Richard was not genius, but he was a very, very proficient chemist?
He was very, very high level chemist. Yeah. The key figure here is an American called David Solomon. And in 1966, when LSD was criminalized in America, he left for Europe. And he ended up in Cambridge, or just living outside Cambridge, at the same time that Kemp was studying at Cambridge.
They were sort of on the same sort of academic scene, were they?
Well, Solomon was looking for chemists.
Yes.
Solomon was interested in trying to produce synthetic THC.
Yes. So basically he realized that he had a chemist that he could potentially create this synthetic cannabinoids with.
Yes.
But they ended up producing LSD instead.
I mean, he a lot of people involved in the Cambridge scene and the counterculture around Cambridge kind of gravitated to this guy's house. So Kemp comes into this environment. They ask him to have a go at LSD. He doesn't do a very good job. And the Brotherhood of Eternal Love's genius LSD chemist was flown over to teach Kemp. There's an American called Richard Stark. He'd been in Europe since the mid-60s and had made an awful lot of LSD in Paris during 68, 69. So Solomon met Stark. Stark and Solomon met Kemp. And Stark said, all right, you want to make LSD. Okay, well, you come to Paris and I'll show you how to make LSD. You make LSD for me. So suddenly, back in the UK, there they are with all this LSD that they've got. Well, what are we going to do with it? I'm going to have to sell it. Sell all this LSD. And at that point, Stark says, okay, this is how things work. This is how you set up the bank accounts in Switzerland. This is the safety deposit boxes where you keep the raw ingredients. And then they brought
one half
in this
does
guy,
tone,
Henry Barclay
and the other
Todd.
half does
One of the firms they used was Dolders here in
glandular.
Bar in Switzerland. Todd established Fine Organics
Coherence,
Limited
glands
as the
and
bogus
organs.
company through which he would make his purchases. The orders were usually limited to 3 kilos of ergotamine, enough to make 3
making the
million
stuff to
LSD
make the
tablets.
organs.
This video is brought to you by Easy Test Kits, quick,
Keep
reliable,
organing.
and affordable drug testing kits for all
On
your
the other
favorite
side- on the
party
other side, hold the
prescriptions.
but
Remember that you can't have an
That's not
efficient
gonna.
or
That's not gonna be
strategic
good in the
search
long
if you
run.
don't know exactly which substance you're dealing with. To learn more or to
And it's
pick
not
up,
a
say,
skill
an
thing.
LSD testing kit, click the
It
description
comes
below
off as a
and use
skill
my
thing.
promo code SESH.
You know what I mean? So I'm getting it right at that point. What I'm saying is I'm getting it right at that point. It's not a skill thing, but it's coming off right there. Right? This is Tantra, but this is interoception and understanding my... Anyway. I'm getting these waves. I don't even know what to call them now. Very subtle, though. Very subtle. But, oh my God! Is this how my voice has always sounded? Did something happen to my voice and now it sounds like this? Yes. I have vaccine injury. It makes me stiff-necked. COVID gave me stiff neck, and my voice sounds more robotic. And I'm not the only one. And if you think I mean how I sound and you're an energy worker, then yeah, that's what I mean. You're a deep energy worker and you understand that sound connects it, then yeah, that's what I mean. I'm dysregulated. Like your head and your heart fighting. But yeah, consistency. That's all I can do. Consistency. Me. Consistency. Me. I'm rooted in the me that is on this adventure. Oh, you bastard. Yeah, like really, my grip is so obviously slipping in these ways I'm trying to express, like this toning of the nervous system and the hormonal that needs to hormone. It's not being properly driven through, like the conduction. Something with the, I don't know, man, but I just feel off. I hate this feeling. More and more days go by, the more and more I see it slipping, like too fucking quick. Like I fucking worked too hard for this. It's like my strength ends up being like, really, universe, trying to test me.
Got caught with a load of issues. And looking at serious time, he said, I've got a story to tell you. And so he told what he knew. And he named them all and gave a rough history of the gang's activities up to that point. So 2 members of the Metropolitan Police drug squad went over to Canada and interviewed him. A file appeared at Scotland Yard with that information. That happens virtually at the same time that Kemp and Bott leave for Wales, and the gang separates.
And that was the first time that Kemp had come onto the radar of the police?
Yeah, any of them.
Okay. And at this point, Christine and Kemp moved to rural Wales.
Very, very rural Wales. And essentially they're down a track that sort of goes into a valley surrounded by quite high hills. And it's a very small cottage. And essentially kind of there's a few other houses and then it just stops. And basically you just look out from what would be there.
That's great.
And it's nothing but hills. You know, they're growing their own food, they've got goats, you know, they're living that existence. They're committed to that.
So every day they would travel from the cottage to the manor house. Yeah. And then what was their daily activities there?
Well, he'd be going through the process of cooking up the LSD, which would take about 2 to 3 weeks. Very, very intense work. At the early stage of the process, everything's very volatile. You know, it can be it's quite a grueling process because you're constantly getting small hits of LSD on skin. So it's intense. So they do this intense period, you know, and then they stop and then wait a bit to then tackle it and then get it on the market.
So you're saying that not only do they have to deal with this incredibly sort of complicated and sophisticated like chemistry process, but also they're likely to be intoxicated on LSD whilst they're doing it.
Exactly.
Plus the thing could blow up at any minute.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's not without its risk.
It's specialised work.
This is it. There's only a handful of people.
Yeah. And how good was Kemp at that point at doing that?
Kemp was the best in the world at that point.
A unique work.
And I think we should bring in Smile.
Yeah.
Oh,
now.
yes, Smiles.
Because at this same time, there was
The
another
love
chap
makes it
called
mystical.
Smiles
Yes.
in the same sort of area in
Yes.
rural Wales. What was his deal?
Well, this is where confusion comes in.
And the love makes it
Confuse the police
mystical.
for a very long time.
And the love makes it
Because while King went off
mystical.
to live there, eco
And the love makes it
Todd set
mystical.
up his own lab in the suburb of Teddington in London. Found himself
How are you guys
a-
doing?
he still had the distribution network.
How is everybody
And
doing out
Smiles
there
was
on
part of that
YouTube
distribution.
land?
So, and Smiles was
Suture. Suit yourself. Thank you. $15. Thanks. How many days should I listen to this? Damn, sucker. I'm starting to feel it now, for real. You guys are feeling that in the back of your head? I'm starting to feel like a space open up. Mm. Mm. It's Mad Con! Wisdom from North. Isn't that Mad Con? With a different haircut? Bro, that's not Mad Con. Okay. The thumbnail looks like it's gotta be. I know Mad Con's mustache. That is Mad Con. This is the kind of thing he would do. Renowned spiritual teacher deletes his 25 million YouTube. What? Here's why. Matt Con in the title. I just couldn't see it. What a strange haircut.
Okay, we are ready for ascension. When's the world going to wake up and get its crap together?
Largely in the spiritual community, but the whole world is living in an idea that there's some fantasy of a rescue coming, of peace all of a sudden falling upon the earth. There is no rescuer coming. There's no one coming. So will we be the one who already came thousands of years ago to do the work of this moment?
We now have the president saying he's going to release the files of, UFOs and all these things. And smart math will say that what will be released will be false. And I guess we have to wait to see if, when aliens start popping up in this world, what's the narrative? If they're putting us towards a one world government, we know what that was. That was false. And if it's about dissolving the power structure, well, that will be a totally different thing. Will light win? Yes. But what does that mean? That means there will be a time in history where the dark beings and their agenda will not run this planet. But here's the most fascinating thing about villains.
Do you want to cultivate a deeper sense of self-love? Then I have a self-love toolkit for you where I help you boost your self-love. Head over to wisdomfromnorth.com/self-love tips. Matt and Joy Khan, a warm welcome to the Wisdom from North show. How are you?
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here.
Now, you're both internationally recognized spiritual teachers. And Matt, I've interviewed you twice before. You are best-selling authors of books like Whatever Rises, Love That, and I love that book. And Joy, you're also a best-selling author and doing amazing work. And now you have teamed up, bringing healing and wisdom to the world. And I hope we're going to dive deep today. And I'll throw it over to you. How do you feel our conversation today might expand people's minds and consciousness?
Wow, that's a great question. I think that, being able to come together in these conversations, especially during these times, creates an opportunity for people to really put to the test everything.
Then the letter P comes.
For the last many years, especially as they've become aware.
I have to
of things
decode
so
her
quickly
thing. I
happening
don't
in the
understand
world.
it yet.
I think this is an opportunity to inspire people again and to open people's hearts and to activate.
Oh, she really has an energetic activation going, though.
That the world is asking us for.
Yeah, I think the greatest hope that, a lot of times
Him as well.
spirituality to have
They're both
like semblance of hope. What can I hang?
They're both these like Upawalas.
My hope and my belief on, especially in these times when
they're actually Upawalas. Do you understand what that? Do you know what that term means? That's the way I see these guys.
Represent a standpoint that the greatest hope we can find is in uncovering deeper truths. So this conversation will give people hope, not
that's what I try to be.
One belief for another.
I mean, you try. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Try. That's every time.
May or may not happen. We are going to find.
I say that to myself. I'm really actually denying myself some things. Like I probably have some stupid rule.
Real and honest conversation.
Like reinforcing that.
That's what's going to get us through each day and through the period of history we're living through.
I love that. And I saw a video with both of you where you were speaking about 2026. You call it the year of mass awareness. And I would almost say the year of truth, because especially in Norway, truth is really coming out. And I mean, we are seeing a crisis in the world and sort of a spiritual battle or a battle between light and dark. But I've also heard you say, Matt, that the spiritual community in itself is in a crisis. I would love for you to share a bit about your thoughts around that.
Sure. Well, I think that the crisis the spiritual community has been in for many years is we've been talking about ascension for so many years. We've been talking about awakening. We've been doing our inner healing work. We've been going through our own experiences of awakening. And whether people have been doing the actual work or just speaking about and thinking about or hearing other people talk about the work. The crisis is that a lot of spiritual people have been under the impression that, okay, we are ready for ascension. When's the world going to wake up and get its crap together? And what I think is really interesting is that because of the level of deception that has infiltrated our world, and I don't just mean this on a level of history, I don't just mean this on the level of geography, science, but I include religion and spirituality. And so much that we have built our cultural understanding upon, even the New Age community, and I would say especially the New Age community, the realization is a lot of the things that we thought were true for so many years are going to and are being revealed as being untrue, and have been used and are being used to divide, numb, and shut people down as a form of population control and to control humanity from coming together as one. So the crisis is we thought we were actually coming together as one. In truth, and I just speak so directly. In truth, we've been keeping each other company while tending to our inner wounds and traumas, which is a very incredible benefit. But if we're going to come together as one, then that means that we have to start looking at the world and say, what can we do to start radically using our voice?
I don't know about you guys, but I'm tired of surviving on scraps.
Expression of unity, and what can we do in the name of peace, in the name of nonviolence, to begin saying, whoever thinks they run the world, we're not going to live like this anymore. And I think the crisis, and I'm just going to use my teachings as an example. I know Joy has some things to share about this. Every spiritual teacher, well, there's two kinds of teachers in this world. There's a teacher that grows with an audience and can guide people through many stages. But when that happens, your teaching and your perspective changes because your perspective is only for the step that you're currently teaching at.
Right.
There are teachers whose message never changes and they're only guiding people through one or a few steps in the staircase. And so my message, our message, changes and evolves, not because we don't know which way is up, because at every step of the journey, a different perspective is highlighted and a different thing is emphasized. When I became very popular, I became popular for a book called Whatever Arises, Love That. And I taught about self-love and loving ourselves and healing ourselves through the power of love. And for the people that say that's the teaching, that's the only teaching, and they lock themselves in that framework, we are going to be under the impression that as long as I love myself more, one day I'm going to open the door and the world's going to be a peaceful place. And as long as I take time to love myself more, people of this world will be less psychopathic and less ruthless. And what that at this stage of history, a couple years ago, that was incredible because we as healers needed to be initiated. We needed to heal ourselves. That was good. But when you look out into the state of the world and you say, I need to love myself to make that happen less, you're gaslighting yourself. So
interesting.
So it's interesting how at one stage it can be essential healing, but then when you go, oh, the outside war reflects something in me. Like that means light workers think they're psychopaths. Because if the outside world of war is reflecting what's unresolved in us, then we are the psychopaths. We're not. We're here to do the work of God, the work of the divine. And for us to say, the more I love myself, the more I can make the world a peaceful place, is missing the next step in the journey, which is bringing your light out into the world for the benefit of all who are being affected.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd love to hear your perspective as well, Joy. And I've also heard you mentioning that the times of, or the era of the gurus is over, and this is tied to this.
Hello.
Do you want to play with me?
Sure. You want me to help you with your groceries?
Yeah, I think, it's interesting because when Matt and I came together, I had been on a path of awakening and realizing that there are layers of awakening. And of course, we'd have the same realization that awakening never stops. So I think there's this idea that we come to a grand spiritual awakening and then we know it. We remember who we are and it's over, right? So But then that's just the doorway. That's the awakening to all of this, is that from there, our journey is to continue to embrace the awakenings that are unfolding. So the open, curious, being okay with what arises, loving what arises, but also being able to take action. What is my next best step to support the continued awakening? This became really important along my journey personally of waking up to who I was and then needing to raise children and needing to look at a world that made no sense for them. They were entering a world that I didn't know where to direct them. Do they go to university? Do they become entrepreneurs? Is there a space for them in this world that's changing so fast? And so I started to awaken to the world and awaken to history and get curious about things that I was never curious about when I was in school and when I was young, because I was being indoctrinated. And when I began to discover who I was, which many people probably tuning in here have had this awareness.
We are curious cats.
And if truly the idea that anyone in leadership is afraid of us awakening, if that's a true idea, which I sense is true, I think it's truthful, that the light that we offer the world is so immense, so extraordinary, then why are we all hiding in our homes, loving ourselves, and afraid of what they're doing in the skies, and worried about our allergies to food? Why aren't we out there doing something to shift and change that? And so I had to step forward in my fears rather than retreat in my cocoon of love, and to step forward and say, how will I be a participant? And immediately the vision kept showing me, it's to help rally others, not for you to become the one who has the wisdom, but to rally those around you to have the kind of bravery and courage that's required. And so I began devoting myself, at the time of COVID, I began devoting myself to when I step forward every day, no matter what's happening in the world, to speak the truth that's going through and to inspire others to be brave enough to do the same. And when we came together, that was the mission that just exploded between us. No matter what it required of us, we were willing to walk where we were guided. And I think that's the world that needs us right now. Will we continue to awaken? Will we be brave enough to see what wants to be shown to us? Because I think a lot of us don't want to see it. And will we embrace the light that we keep saying we are and shine it with unapologetic, and I'll say it again, bravery. I think that is one of the biggest things that's awakening for all of us, is the bravery.
Shout out to Joy Con.
Beyond comfort.
Oh, that's powerful. And I think it's so natural to me that the universe is constantly changing, and obviously spirituality is also evolving, because we see it already from learning how we should meditate with a straight back in a certain position, and that was spirituality, but you couldn't meditate in any other way. So there has been so many rules within spirituality also, and I've started also to awaken to my shadows, especially when I did that many years ago, but also the anger that we shouldn't just accept what's going on. And I so agree with you that we should use our voice and say, we can't accept that this is going on. And I've started writing on my Facebook wall, and I've never done that. Like, I've always just written on Wisdom from North pages, but now I'm actually using my own Facebook wall where I'm having all kinds of friends to dare to be authentic myself, because I've also been afraid of what is acceptable to say in the spiritual community. Will I be judged in the spiritual community? But then I realized, but then I'm not authentic. I gotta be me. I mean, I that's my job, to be authentic and shine my light in my own unique way. And I've also been thinking about what we've seen with some spiritual leaders who give the impression that they have the answer and that they have the power instead of empowering the student. And I think it's very important to speak about, because if that continues, like the era of the guru, then we put people on pedestals and we put ourselves below instead of seeing ourselves as equals. Would you agree?
Wow, I feel like, we've been walking on this path of how do we navigate that time collapsing, the time of the guru collapsing. This has been something that we have thought about from so many different angles, and it's created a lot of change in our own business and how we operate, because we didn't want to ever be on a pedestal working with clients. We both work with thousands and thousands of clients who've gone through journeys of course, when they awaken, it's natural to want to be near that teacher and want to be near that person and put them on a pedestal because you've been able to experience a breakthrough you've never felt before. We understand that there's a natural inclination to honor and edify those teachers and guides. But that what you're talking about, this subtle transference occurs, this shift in I can never awaken again or break through, or I can't get through my challenges without my teacher, now becomes this devotion that's being misplaced into us or anyone else who's out there teaching. This doesn't just happen to those who are in the public eye. It happens to everyone who's nurturing change and transformation. And so we've been really stepping back. Well, how do we help people with that? And we made a really radical shift. I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about this shift that we just made, because I think people don't really understand it yet, but we feel it is so important that we have been really stepping back and not allowing the pedestaling to occur as best we can in order to help facilitate.
Yeah, there was an interesting time, Joy and I met at an event. We were both speaking at the event a year later to the day we were married. So when we met, I was going through a very difficult time in my career because I started to realize that, so throughout my career, I've always taught with one focus. And my focus is that everything I do is a celebration of my devotion and love and service for God. That's why I do what I do. And that's when we're talking to a line of people, when there's 300 people in line, we're there with every single person because we are devoted to God. And we serve God in every person. And so then popularity came, and I thought, well, clearly I'm going to use this popularity as a way of bringing God's will to the world. And along the way, I helped untangle a lot of misunderstandings about teachings, whether students were misunderstanding or it was taught from a misunderstood position. I was unraveling guru abuse and people who had been manipulated by spiritual communities. And I was doing all this unraveling. And then at a certain point, I realized, I think I was on stage somewhere. And it was in the middle of a talk, I realized this completely. And it was like, you unravel people's manipulation with gurus, and it was like this feeling of, and Matt, that's why you're our new guru. And I was like, how did I get here? I'm trying to unravel this and give people back their power. And my popularity started to make me into the new person on the pedestal. It started to make me into the new action figure. And I started to feel more like a product and less like a teacher. And when the teacher evolves and wants to be radical and point and flip things upside down, I realized not for my whole audience, but for a very small percentage of my audience, if I moved anywhere outside of certain boundaries, all of a sudden the people that adored me were the most hostile towards me. And it was like I was an image and an idea that couldn't change in their mind. And in that, I wasn't a person, I was a product. And again, this is a very small percentage of the audience, but enough to where I felt crushed by expectations. I felt crushed by needing to be the lifeline and oxygen tank for people when my energy and my transmission is here to give people access to that within themselves. And I've always taught that. But when we came together, I realized I've taught that, I've said that, but I don't know that the message has really been absorbed. It's like I can go on stage and I can talk and I can share these beautiful words, and there's a certain percentage of the audience that would just sit there and feel the energy that we transmit, and go, I'm just going to zone out. The words are unimportant. No, the words are very important because the words are giving you the guidelines and the context for what you're feeling energetically. And I started to feel like I was being turned into a drug. I started to feel like some people's preferred form of plant medicine. And I started to feel squeezed of my energy. And I, when we came together to start doing our work.
So you're telling me 99% of men don't have a testosterone problem. They have an estrogen problem. So men are just being lied to about having low testosterone? Yep. The truth is, most men's bodies are making plenty of testosterone, even into old age. Wait, for real? I hear men have low T issues everywhere. I've even thought about getting tested. It's all a scam. A new study from the University of Sydney confirms that old age alone doesn't cause any drop in testosterone. So then why do so many men today hit 40 and just kind of fall apart? And why do so many men get low testosterone readings? Well, it turns out the real problem is men's natural testosterone is being converted into estrogen by something called aromatase. Estrogen? The girl hormone? And it's being converted by what? Yeah, aromatase. It's super dangerous for men, especially over 40. Swedish scientists call aromatase the gender confusion enzyme because it throws a man's biology completely out of whack. Why especially men over 40? Well, as men age, aromatase becomes more and more active, converting more and more of their body's natural testosterone into estrogen. Couldn't I just take TRT or something to counteract it? No, you don't want to do that. The testosterone would just end up becoming even more estrogen. I guess that's why injections can give guys man boobs and a rocket that won't launch. You've heard about that, right? Oh yeah, not to mention the damage excess estrogen does to a man's blood vessels, prostate, and other organs. That's why taking generic herbal supplements, TRT, and T-gels will actually make the problem worse. Doctors will even prescribe aromatase inhibitors if your estrogen gets too high. You're probably half a woman by that point, though. Yeah, you do not want to let it get that far. There must be some way for men to stay men, right? Yeah, thankfully, there is a way men can stop aromatase in its tracks and restore their manhood at home. It's not another injection, is it? Not at all. This is completely natural. It was discovered by a real doctor, Dr. Andreas Becher. Who's that? He's a functional medicine doctor who specialized in men's health and performance for the last 33 years. After a rock-bottom testosterone reading at 47, Dr. Becher cracked the code on male vitality and performance. Using nature's bounty, he managed to completely reverse his condition. And now, at 55... Wait, he's 55? That's crazy. Look at him. At 55, he's quadrupled his natural testosterone and gotten into the best shape of his life and runs circles around guys 30 years younger. What's his secret? I'd kill to look like that. Well, you're in luck. He's put together a free video that explains how any man can use natural ingredients to stop feminizing aromatase in its tracks. Most men say they can literally feel the surge of fresh testosterone, helping them restore muscle, shred fat, and perform with rock-hard reliability. Where can I find this video? Just click the link below to check out Dr. Becher's free video. And remember, low energy, lack of drive, low libido, brain fog, depression, all these so-called low T symptoms are actually just a symptom of a much bigger aromatase issue. I guess men don't have to settle for just getting old anymore. You're right. They can feel as good as they did in their 20s and 30s, maybe even better. No more feeling like they're running on fumes to make it through the day. No more watching her roll over with frustration instead of satisfaction. And no more questioning if you'll be able to keep up with your kids and grandkids. Click the link below. You won't regret it.
College students get a Walmart Plus membership for 50% off, with free same-day delivery for groceries and more. Video streaming choice to catch every must-see TV moment. Burger King savings for study break cravings, plus so much more. Plan your free trial.
we both had this radical sense of the one thing that I wanted more than anything in my career at this point was actually the thing I was the most afraid of for many years. I wanted to start over. And so we took a YouTube page that has 25 million views, which to me, thank you, I honor that, but that doesn't mean anything to me. It's a number. And we took down that page and we started a brand new YouTube page and said, let's start over, because who I was, who we are now, and what was is the past. And I don't want anyone clinging to that. What we are here to do is to speak to every spiritual person and say, you've gone through this journey because you're being initiated as a healer. Our work now is to help initiate, guide, and train healers to get into the world, to help our world right now. And those are the only people we are helping at this stage of our journey. And if that's where you're being called, then we are going to do an incredible job preparing you for the world. And if not, that's okay. But we wanted the right, and I just say personally, I wanted the right to start over.
Yeah, and I think, that it was such a big decision.
It was big.
But the biggest part of it really was, because once you make a change like that, there's the commitment of we are devoted to showing up in that way, where any moment where we can feel ourselves getting to a place where people are consuming the content without participating in the journey of what we're teaching, but also not participating in their lives. If we ever become a place people hide from the world, we want to make sure that we're adjusting how we're speaking to people, and that we are, instead of saying thank you, namaste, we're saying no, you go. Right. And so we've been challenging ourselves to that, to being able to speak to that all of the time. And that change really, there were so many pieces that contributed to that, but that change was primarily because we were being initiated as the next version of healers that we were intended to be.
Yeah.
Wow. I just want to say how amazing I think that was to do that, because to be honest, I am pretty attached to my YouTube channel. It feels like a part of my life mission and my baby. So to make such a decision, that is huge. But who knows? Maybe I'll get there. Maybe that will happen to me as well. But you followed your own truth, which is this year is all about. And we were speaking a little bit about it before we started recording, that I'm also in my own journey of accessing this truth in myself. What does it mean for me to be authentic also in this work? And for me, at least for now, it is to speak more my own voice and show more of my own personality and my own temper that I have sometimes that I haven't shown so much. But going back to that big shift that you had, because I know that it's more to your story, Matt, and you also met at this pivotal time, and that you actually felt that, if you want to go there, that you were dying. You felt that you were dying. I mean, it was pretty serious.
Yeah, I actually thought that I was dying. I actually had feelings in my body, I had visions that I was dying. I had confirmations that I felt like my life was coming to an end. And in the same way that the universe told me my parents were dying and gave me a 5-year window, and it was actually completely accurate, I had a sense that I'm dying and I have a certain window. And I thought I was physically dying. The truth was, the way that I was living my life and the choices I was making nutritionally, I had all the medical markers of, if I had continued living like that and not making the changes I've made in my life, I would have probably died. I was in a very interesting window. That was true. So it wasn't like I thought I was dying. Oh, nope, just another ego death. It turned out to be a massive ego death, but the truth was I actually was physically dying. I went through some very strange physical symptoms that were the result of my own choices, as well as complications from the COVID vaccine. I was in a position where a lot of places I would speak publicly said, if you're not vaccinated, you can't come into our event space and do your events. And I thought, oh my God, this is the world we live in. Okay, well, I guess this is what I have to do. And I got vaccinated and I got incredibly sick. And I've been sick for a few years and I'm just starting to feel better, which is the result of an incredible healing journey, but some massive changes that I made in my life nutritionally. And so I did go through a death, but what died was an old version of me. What died were the remaining attachments I had, because, and want to be as concise as possible when I share this, but my journey was, my childhood and my upbringing was my life, my future. That was my attachment. Who will I become? What will I do with my life? Will I impress my family? Will it matter? And then it became my awakening. And then my personal story got replaced with my awakening story. And then it became my insights, and the insights I get every day and I share with an audience and everyone loves it. And I'm being of incredible service to the world. And yet, the biggest attachment I had was my intuition. I need my intuition. I need my intuition for the work I do. And I still have incredible intuition, but I'm not attached to it. So his death purged me of an incredible amount of attachments. And it put me in a position to do some of the highest work I've ever done in my career. And that work is called being an amazing husband and an incredible father. And I'm an incredible husband to an amazing wife. Thank you. We have incredible children. I have stepchildren. I have grandchildren as well. And it's actually changed me as how I look at the healing journey in an incredible way. But I did go through a death. It was a death. And it's a death that causes me to say who I am today and what we teach today is the focal point. And who I was before was wonderful. It was great. But the greatest teachings should always be like a mandala painting. Make the most beautiful painting that no one has ever seen. And don't forget to take it out to sea and watch it drift away. And that's what I did with my YouTube channel. I took my YouTube channel and all those teachings, and I said, this is a mandala, and the way I will honor what I was given is by taking it to sea and letting it drift away. And that was that along with taking all the folders of all the quotes I ever channeled since I was 13. I started channeling when I was 13 years old. All the quotes. From 13 to 20-something, I had 10 or so many folders filled with all the insights from the universe. And I burned them.
Wow.
I let them go.
But it's, I think everything, the culmination of anything you ever taught or I ever taught was that the value isn't in those recordings. The value isn't in the notes. It's not in the notes that people take when they come to an event. It's in who they become in that moment that they carry with them. And that is the culmination of all of that. And anyone who was a part of that and activated it into their own life and story, they've already embodied those teachings, and some more will come. The next will come. And that's, I think, the radical shift we're all stepping into is, will I allow myself to become something, not attached to something, attached to an idea or an identity? Will I allow myself to simply become every day and trust the becoming?
Well, and just to add to that, I love how you put that. If you're attached to something as your icon of God, if it's a MatCon video, if it's a Holy Bible, whatever it is, whatever you attach and say, this is where God is. God now cannot be everywhere. God now cannot be everything. And the only thing that exists in me from my old teachings is the glory and presence of God. And anything anyone has absorbed from those old teachings which is beautiful. What they're left with is the glory and presence of God. And if someone in our position is such a distraction and is replaced with that glory and presence of God, we have to disappear in some way so that they can be in true communion with what someone like us is trying to introduce other people to. And that's our duty.
And Monopoly Go, live the dream, make it go. Ridiculous riches. Monopoly Go, download now.
This ingredient shows up in almost every popular cat food. Cats can't even digest it properly. Turn over most grocery store cat food bags, and the first or second ingredient is corn, wheat, or something listed as meat byproducts. Cats are obligate carnivores. Their bodies run on protein, not carbs. A lot of these formulas are built around fillers because fillers are cheap. The protein content ends up being a fraction of what a cat actually needs to thrive. Smalls is high moisture and high protein. It's closer to what a cat's body was actually designed to eat. I'm not saying every cat that eats kibble is unhealthy. I'm saying that when I switched, I noticed a difference I wasn't expecting, and now I can't stop recommending it. Fresh food for cats isn't a luxury thing. It's just food that makes sense for the animal. Get 50% off on your first box and free treats for life.
It's pretty amazing to listen to. This is really touching me. I'm so glad you're going there, and I feel like this is the new spirituality, and who knows where it goes from there, but it seems like a new spirituality is emerging. I wanted to touch a little bit upon the ego, because the ego has so many ways of tricking us. We know the spiritual ego, for instance, but I'm curious about the fact about what we see in Norway right now. Many leaders that we were trusting. We're such a trusting country. They have deceived us. And it seems like with power and success, the ego in a way gets stronger. And I'm curious because we all, I assume, would like to be happy and would like to feel safe in life and feel like we're thriving. But does that entail that the ego grows? Like, how can we meet success and thriving without having that ego wanting more all the time? Will it always want more?
Well, I can feel this is a two-part answer between us. I think, first I always like to speak directly to the ego, because the ego is an ally in training and initiation. It just doesn't know it. And we've been living in an era of deception. That is the era we've been in, which means deception has had the advantage. There's no place deception hasn't touched. There's no country and there's no person that deception has not touched, because that's the era we've been living in. That's been the initiation. When we see through the deception, including the deception that we participate in and are unaware of, everything has been a layer of deception, whether it's deciding to participate in marketing, whether it's purchasing something that we know we're being deceived. We know we're hoping that it's going to be something, and there's some layer of deception. And it's always been, well, this is how we influence. This is how we get the advantage and create a successful business. And this is how we thrive. And so that's all layers of leadership and authority having leveraged some sort of deception, that they deceive themselves by believing I'm doing this for moral reasons. I'm doing this for the greater good. Or not. There are many who don't do it for the greater good, and they're aware there's an advantage to deception. So the ego has been playing the same game with us. How can I deceive the one I'm with to get my way? Because that's the way that we've been operating. It's an alignment we've been operating from, that at some level, if I can just get the greatest version, the highest vibrational version of deception, then I'm okay. And there's a radical shift happening for all of us, where when we see these extreme deceptions, they're awakening the parts of us that didn't see and didn't want to see, because we weren't ready for that shift into greater transparency, authenticity, discernment, care, concern, connection, community, like truly what it takes to build that. The ego was saying, no, I'd rather focus on this and because that's where the greatest payoff is. And so now as the payoff dissolves, there's not a lot of payoff to deception anymore. And as we see through it, it opens up the opportunity for the ego to then be initiated to its next greatest role, which isn't to be our deceiver, but to be our ally.
Yeah, I think I loved how you just worded that. I think, we're all trying to, we've all been trying, or a lot of people have been trying to let go of their ego, and I think that just as a funny play on words, instead of letting go of your ego, it's more about letting grow of your ego, meaning your ego is here to mature. And I'll give you an example. So pride is a wall people hide behind to stay attached to their standpoints. Pride can lead to arguments between family members who sit on opposing sides of a political spectrum, if you're into that. Pride can be what turns allies into enemies. Pride can be a very ugly energy that creates entitlement, resentment, and righteousness. But when it matures, you have a level of pride, like pride of ownership, meaning part of my spiritual practice is not just how open my heart is, but how clean my house is. My spiritual practice is not just how radiant my chakras are, but how I communicate with my wife and children, right? So pride, the pride that we take, and in our life, the way we think of it, is that each moment we're in, and we don't think of it like intensely, but when you have a positive, mature amount of pride, 15 years of my spiritual path comes down to only one thing, and that's this moment. How I'm showing up with you, how I'm showing up with my wife, how we're showing up together. There is no 15 years ago I saw a flash of light. 6 months ago I saw something in the sky, I think it was a UFO. All that matters is whatever happened in the past, how is it allowing me to step up right now and only right now into this moment? That's a positive aspect of pride. And I think that we talk about the path of success from a business perspective, or we talk about a spiritual path of success. There's one thing that matures your ego, and there's one thing your ego hides from. Good thing, it's the same thing, and that's difficulty. And so difficulty is someone who owns a farm, who does a lot of physical labor, and over the years, they have an incredible physique. They fit their clothes. They look amazing. They look like a superhero. The ego is the one that says, how do I look like that without doing any of that amount of work? That's difficult. That's the ego. It wants the vanity. It wants to fit into the jeans. It wants its butt to look like that. But it doesn't want to do what it takes to create that. And what creates that, if you live on a farm, a life of difficulty. The spiritual journey has been promoted as this is what gets you out of difficulty. The truth is, it gets you out of suffering as a result of difficulty. You start to see difficulty is not a setback, it's not a failure, it's not sabotage. It is when I am blessed by the divine. The greatest evidence sometimes that I'm being blessed with a gateway into my next highest self are the difficulties, obstacles, and challenges that come my way. And when we are so connected to the divine, that's what fuels us to move through it and say thank you, no matter how inconvenient or frustrating it can be. Now we are truly, truly following the path of God's will. And so it's not about letting go of your ego, because who you become when you let go of your ego is another version of your ego. It's about what is your relationship with difficulty, and are you sitting there muttering to yourself, this too shall pass? Are you watching people who talk about remote viewing and going, when's this shit gonna come to an end? Or are we actually just saying, this is the world we live in, this is the timeline, and we have to come out of our houses and we have to say the helpless parts of us will be healed by being more helpful to others around us. And we have to be able to stop avoiding and negotiating with difficulty, and we have to begin to make peace with it. And that's what our life looks like behind the scenes. It's incredibly blessed.
Oh, my head.
There's never a day where something
Owie, 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 owie.
Thank you for shedding some light on that. That was very helpful and fresh. I loved it. And you mentioned the word timelines, and I saw a video where you had downloaded some premonitions, I would say, about 2026 or what was coming. And the first one is that all timelines have converged into one. And it might be a lack of my English understanding, being a Norwegian, but I've heard a lot of spiritual teachers speak about the splits, but here I feel like it's coming together. So I'd love for you to, share some light on that.
I'll start with, it's interesting as you do readings, as we've done readings our whole careers, that's how we got started, was really just feeling what comes through and allowing those without filter to be shared with others for hope of inspiration. And I feel like when something comes through like that, it's trying to help us understand something. And whether or not it's really only one timeline, none of us truly knows. We might have speculation. We have a lot of science that says, yes, there are multiple universes, and perhaps that's true, and perhaps it's not. But I really feel like that vision came through us because it was asking us to let go of the fantasy and possibility that there was another path and to walk the one we're on, because whatever one we're on is our only one. There may be multiple, but you're on the one you're going to be on. And I think that's truly what that message meant, is your path, the one you're walking now, is set in place. You are walking it, and will you walk it with your highest regard, your highest care, your devotion, and your willingness to show up and participate in it, rather than looking for a place to escape or a place to go, or to try to quantum jump into a different timeline where there isn't the political leaders that we currently have or the experience we're having. And there's nowhere to go, I think, is what Spirit was trying to help us see, not as a punishment, but as a clear opportunity to embrace our lives, fall in love with what we can do, and make the best of it. And I think there's a lot of fantasy happening we'll say largely in the spiritual community, but the whole world is living in an idea that there's some fantasy of a rescue coming, of peace all of a sudden falling upon the earth, and we're the pathway of that. It's not coming to us. There is no rescuer coming, and I think that's been the very clear message for many years now, is there's no one coming. So will we be the one who already came thousands of years ago to do the work of this moment? So I think that's the primary message, is can we look forward as if this is the only timeline possible right now and live it fully?
It's interesting because
when the group chat needs a file as big as the night sky, it's time for large file sharing on WhatsApp. Ejaculating prematurely? You need this pill.
My husband got prescribed the SexRx plus Climax control pill, and I cannot stress enough, a game changer to say the least.
I mean, we went from rarely being intimate because he was having issues. I'm telling you, it just changed. Also, the prescription process is 100% online. No in-person doctor visits are required. No pharmacy pickups, none of that. Let me just say, I do not miss our old sex life. And that is all because of him.
so many have had experiences of beings from other planets, dimensions. I included in that.
Yeah.
And there's also evidence that the story of aliens has been created behind the scenes since the 1940s as one of the most long-term storylines used to deceive humanity. We now have the president saying he's going to release the files of, UFOs and all these things. And smart math will say that what will be released will be false. And I guess we have to wait to see if, when aliens start popping up in this world, what's the narrative? If they're putting us towards a one world government, we know what that was. That was false. And if it's about dissolving the power structure, okay, well, that will be a totally different thing. But when we talk about timelines, and I loved how you just put that, I think that part of the gaslight, because again, something can be wise and insightful, and then it can be used as a gaslight. The gaslight is people are so in need of hearing about other timelines because they say to themselves, well, those other timelines are just outside my awareness, which is a gaslight towards ourselves, meaning I have a different experience. If only my awareness was better. And if I can then take some courses or learn some skills and somehow better my awareness, I can then become aware of these parallel timelines, jump into a different wormhole, and good luck to all the people behind me. Good luck to you. And then what, all the people who are suffering, all the people that are spiraling, or are those just the people that weren't smart enough to know about timelines? Like, we have to, we're at a time where it's like, life wants us to say, this is the world we're living in. This is we have to move through. It's difficult, it's inconvenient, it's unfair, it's all of these things, most of which we've been taught in history is completely fabricated, untrue, or rewritten. And so then the question becomes, what will I do with the awareness I have, with the amount of healing I've already done? And maybe the completion of my healing journey doesn't occur by staying inward, but by coming out into the world and knowing that my healing journey prepared me to meet all these different people who are going to go through things they don't even know what's happening. Maybe that's how I've been trained, to be able to help other people. And it's ironic that you don't complete your inner healing journey until you decide to come out and start helping other people. That's why every dark night of the soul is initiating each of us into being a healer, no matter how that looks. Whether I start a healing business, I help my family, I help my relatives, we're all going to play different roles. But there's no one who has ever come to our events. There is no one that's ever watched your show. There is no one that has read all of these books who wasn't a healer being initiated. So if we start to kind of see it from a different perspective, we start to go, okay, this is the world we live in, and it feels like it's upside down, but this is what it feels like when life is being turned right side up. And the real purpose of a spiritual community is to support each other as we find the individual strength to step forward, and not to try to oppose anything in the world, but to support the amount of people who are continually shut down and inundated by all this bombardment. We're here to help each other, and now is the time.
Beautiful. It was interesting what you said, Joy, that no one is coming to rescue us, because the title of one of my webinars is You Are the Hero You Have Been Waiting For. And it might be the title of my book. I'm writing a book right now, because I was waiting for myself all along, even though in my 20s, I was waiting for a man on a white horse or something, or someone to just discover me on the street. So I think we go around a lot in life waiting for something to happen, and then we have the power inside all along. Now, I do want to ask about another prediction you had about a big event, a painful event, and then you mentioned, Joy, that something is hiding behind the sun. And I just had to go there because I got really, really curious about it.
That's true.
We're really curious about it. We've actually not had a lot of information come since that prediction. We're aware that something's happening. It feels like there is, of course, along with all the other deceptions, a deception about the solar flares and what might be instigating them and what might actually be happening in the greater world that we're in. There's there's the crazy debates between, is the world flat, is the world round, but I think there's something else, right? There's something else going on. There is a deception of some sort about the world we live in, and it seems to be it has to do with what might be influencing, we'll just say, our solar system. There's something influencing that, and it keeps getting stronger and stronger, and our understanding is that there's something else that's fueling life in some way, that is moving through. And it's interesting because in ancient Egypt and many other cultures, they worshipped the sun, right, as being this divine gift, this divine God that was fueling all life, and the sun is worthy of adoration, celebration. Thank you. You keep us alive. The warmth from the sun is so immense, and we're grateful. And it also opens up our consciousness. So the flares, the things that are happening, are serving us. But there's likely something behind it, especially right now, that is instigating even more. And we don't feel like it's orchestrated by a nefarious force. It feels like something very natural. We should probably tap into this again, but we haven't had a lot come through.
Yeah, since then, nothing's really come through. And if it does, I mean, obviously, stay tuned, but one of the amazing things about being an intuitive is that information comes to us. We don't go to it.
Yeah.
So we are always receiving information, but then when that information kind of stops for a moment, we go, oh, maybe that something will come up in a few months or whatever. But since then, nothing's really come to us. We do notice an incredible amount of solar activity and everything that's happening in the world. From a global warming perspective, is the natural cycle of the planet. We're just kind of waiting to see what comes through. But nothing more has come to us.
Yeah, I think the opening of the conversation keeps moving to the veils are dropping around deception, and we're getting some sort of help. We don't have rescue, but there's something consciously that is serving the advantage. We'll say it this way. This is something we've talked about quite a bit. Is the advantage is changing. Earlier I talked about the advantage of deception. There's an advantage of the light, and the more we step forward, the more we actually engage in that advantage, we start to have things serve our benefit. And the solar flares and the sun is one of those expressions of giving an advantage to those walking the path of the light. And I think that's something we'll talk about a lot more, is how to continue to engage that advantage, how to use that, whether comfortable or uncomfortable, not to hide from ourselves, but to actually move those gifts forward. So I think that's a lot of what that prediction was inspiring or supporting.
Well, and just to add to that, the advantage of the light is not doing to the dark what the dark does to the light.
Yeah.
The advantage of the light is becoming that aligned version of yourself that has nothing the dark can manipulate, take, or coerce. So to be so wealthy in your light that there's nothing anyone can take from you. That's true abiding alignment in the light.
College students get a Walmart Plus membership for $6.47 a month with free same-day delivery. And we're not like other services. They tack on extra fees. We don't. They have item markups. We don't. Our delivery is just free. For real. Claim your free trial.
I can't keep track of all my subscriptions, but my BFF Experian can, and can help me easily cancel the ones I don't need. Get the Experian app now.
This is my house. This is my place. This is my place. This is my place. I belong here. I like making this my own place. This is my own place. I like this place.
And as intuitives,
Today I'm making my
can you
place.
see that the light
This
is
my place.
winning over the dark?
Today. making
I
him
would say that
afraid.
we don't see it necessarily as a
Oh,
battle. We
okay,
do see that
Chapin.
there's a very real evil in the world.
Hello.
And that evil has a desire
Yeah.
that isn't supported by the universe. Their desire is to invert the entire universe. So to invert it to a place where deception is maintained, where the veil can stay, where deception is maintained, and they can live from that perspective. They have a desire. But I would say, like all desires, every human comes to a point where they realize that some desires don't serve the greater evolution of humanity. That desire will not sustain. And in those terms, we would say, yes, the light is inevitably going to win because the desire is in alignment with reality. And their desire is in alignment with a fantasy that they can control, manipulate, distort to get their way. But they ultimately are not the creators of the universe that they'd like you to think they are. So it's the greatest ego deception happening for them, and like all egos that think they're the one, it will collapse.
I love how you just said that. Okay, so because I love this question. So if we look at a chessboard as a metaphor, we think that the black pieces
Tell me.
and the white pieces is light. And we think that the game of chess is the battle between light and dark. The dark pieces are those who
You're
have
grasping mind. Tell me.
that they are completely removed from it. And they feed
Thank
off
you, life.
of taking that light from other people.
Thank you, life. Thank you, my God.
Really dark days.
Thank you, my house. Thank you, my shoes.
People that are the light beings are actually still a part of that dark agenda, but just not to the same intensity. And those two groups are fighting in the same elite class. The light.
The latest apocalypse.
Holding it all. So the light is the space where this battle is taking place, not any one side of the battle. Will light win? Yes. But what does that mean? That means there will be a time in history where the dark beings and their agenda will not run this planet. But here's the most fascinating thing about villains and evil, which exists. And it's not very comfortable for a lot of light beings to think of it that way because we try to keep ourselves safe. But there is a truth that is very uncomfortable. These things do exist. If you talk to someone who is totally in that side, they would say, when will the light thank us for sacrificing ourselves to be villains, to make light beings step into their power and step into their courage and finally be the leaders that they were born to be? When do we get thanked for all of this? That's psychotic. But the truth is if we were all to step into our power, no one would be running this world with deception. So there will be a point where the light wins, which means the deception disappears. And the light will win, darkness will no longer run this planet when each person of the light steps into their power and says, we will not have a planet that runs this way. And so it takes a villain to create a hero. But if we all become the hero, we no longer need a villain to play a role. So we decided we are going to do that. We are doing that. And every time we're on an interview, every time we're working with our community, every time we go through our house and put excess food and give it to a food pantry, every day we are looking at ways to be the hero to help darkness reach a state of cosmic unemployment. But we need everyone to step up so that the world can exist without needing that prompt. We don't need darkness in order to step into our empowerment. That's how you break the spell of duality.
Highly interesting. Thank you.
Shanti.
This is so honest and raw. I really loved it. I mean, it makes so much sense, and especially that metaphor with the chessboard. That is the light. Yeah, because darkness has a purpose. Like doing the shadow work, we could know who we are as light beings if we didn't perhaps have the darkness. That is a perspective that makes sense to me, at least. I would like to wrap up with coming back to self-love, because that is one of my questions that I ask all my guests. So I'll start with you, Matt. What is self-love to you today?
I want to know exactly what's in your PO box.
Oh, what a beautiful question. I love these podcasts. They craft really good questions. That's what they do, like the interviewer types.
Fierce honesty is the new self-love. I once lived a life where I in my journey,
Fierce honesty.
And it would be an awareness that whatever comes up is next to mine to be loved. I've taught that. It's true. But that part of me got loved enough times where the most astonishing thing happens to the inner child. It grows up. And it outgrows the need for that momentary loving yourself. So I have grown into a being who celebrates all the love I've given myself and all the love I've given to this world through a journey of fierce honesty. I've always been honest based on everything I was aware of. But once I become aware of other things, I share that lovingly and fiercely. I'm not opposing darkness, but seeing darkness as a wounded, hurt people is not going to be what helps us step into our power. What helps us step into our power is I live by a level of integrity, but I will no longer live on a planet that permits this type of behavior. And we hold a certain space in our lives. And so for me, self-love is fierce honesty, and self-love is acting from a place of self-respect and leading by example. That's what self-love is for me today.
Powerful. I agree wholeheartedly, honestly. And we live from that place. And as you asked that question, self-love has been both of our journey and in parallel before we met each other. And it was the awakening, right? So self-love has gone on its own awakening journey with me, where I awakened to the feeling of love. So at first, self-love meant, can I feel love for myself? And that's really true where I think it begins for many of us, is can I even allow myself to feel love for me? Can I look at myself in the mirror and not try to turn away? It began there, and then it became, how can I allow myself to have the greatest advantage in the world? I devoted myself to manifesting a better life, moving out of suffering in a very challenging time. The first 35 years of my life in a very challenging mental, emotional, and physical state of living. And so self-love was manifesting a new reality. I'm really pouring myself into what advantage can I give myself? What can I create? That felt like such a loving expression to, not chase and attract everything, right? To have it all just unfold for me. That was the measure of my love. The more I love myself, the more my life should be better. And today I sit in the truth of to love myself is to live the life that I was already given advantage to live. I was already given a life that was going to unfold. And am I courageous enough to live the life I have? To love myself in the life that I have? To love my life without my life needing to change? The ability for me
I'm still having those weird COVID experiences, guys. Jesus. It's just a COVID thing. There's nothing mystical about it. But before the COVID thing, I had this mystical persona, right? Like I had this spiritual persona. But COVID taught me to rest, like this guy Matt Kahn did. Which I share a birthday with Matt Kahn. And maybe we'll talk more one day as I find the path of friendship, put myself out there, risk it for the biscuit. Have a little, going to rooms with people, rubbing the elbows, just showing their face consistently, probably, right? Matt has friends at the soup kitchen, right? Or friends at, or, whatever. You gotta hang out with your friends regularly. I think it's good. In Okinawa, they have a Friday thing, and they have a once a month thing. Let's take our cues. Let's go, go, go. Put on your dancing shoes.
Tell me, for his temple, which was his lifetime's ambition. She put much money and effort to build this great temple. Next day is inauguration of the temple. But that night,
Want some applesauce? Oh. I needed to hydrate. Feeling better. I think I need to lay down.
This has to go down as one of the greatest treasure hunts of all time. You may be sitting on a copy of the autobiographical scrolls of Jesus Christ, written by his own pen.
Knowing what the message says, there was a part of me that was worried. People that were very devout Christians would take offense to some of the things that are in here.
There was a real word, and then there was the corruption of that word by the Roman emperors and the Council of Nicaea to actually maintain.
All right.
Yeah,
okay. Listen, that's fine.
Yeah.
Now, Elizabeth, we interpret to be John the Baptist's mother. Elizabeth. Oh, that's what we came up with. But I think you're going to have an opinion here real soon. Seeing it work in 6 weeks, the angel Anton came and knew my mother. This is Yeshua. So who's Anton? What is an angel? Come on, Aubrey, help me out.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking, the only plausible explanation for me is that these are star beings. And these are, ascended, elevated, divine by their very nature. And so you could call them angel, or you could call them star beings, depending on if you're in a crystal shop in Sedona or if you're in a church somewhere in the Midwest.
Well, some people have suggested that they might be extraterrestrials.
That's what I mean by star beings, yeah.
You're invited to join Phoenix Energy's next webinar, where you can drill deeper into our bond offerings. We currently offer 2 investment opportunities: a private placement bond offering for accredited investors with target annual interest rates between 9 and 13%. Also, we offer a registered
by star beings, yeah.
I think we're going to hear more about that. Okay. Came and knew my mother. But Jan and I chose MF. Then know this: Adam and Eve could read or write. Thus the tree of life was not a tree, but a book that spoke. Any thoughts on that?
Well, the tree of life is the encoding of divine value and the tension between those values. Like everything in the tree is an architecture of reality and how we make sense of virtue, value, and the balance and tension between these.
What is that?
Male and female
aspects,
masculine architecture of reality and how we make sense of virtue.
I'll have to ask Google about that later.
Tension between
That's so beautiful.
The male and female aspects, masculine, feminine, rather. It's not gendered in the physical form, but in the gender of polarity itself. And so it's a map for understanding consciousness, understanding reality. So of course it's not a real tree. It's a way to actually understand reality. And I've studied the tree very deeply, and it's an incredible map. And there's so much wisdom. There's layers and layers and layers, and the surface layer is just the basic structure of it. But the deeper you go, the more insight you can gather.
So the book that spoke is us, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's the truth that's in us. It's iterated in different levels of complexity, but this is a way to understand the complexity through the symbology of these Sphiro that are in the tree.
Okay. All right, here we go.
Complexity through this. Yeah, it's the truth that's in us. It's iterated in different levels of complexity, but this is a way to understand the complexity through the symbology.
Okay, I'm it's sinking in what he's saying.
Okay.
The consciousness, in other words, or a force, or
all right, here we go.
Like it's a map, but it's also
that spoke. The fruit chapters numbered 1, 2, 3, etc. So, MF, look
what
like
a beautiful
man,
gift.
except for intelligence. Hence the book to store it all.
Got your triangle.
And his wife,
Got your pyramid.
Ashura, called wisdom,
It's some kind of a
rebuked his
rough
brother
pyramid here.
for having led Eve to open the book and sent him out of earth to Arcturus.
All right.
What?
To open the book, and his wife Ashura, called Wisdom, rebuked his brother for having led Eve to open the book and sent him out of Earth to Arcturus.
All right.
I'm just saying. That's what it says.
Wow.
And you know, I don't mean to put you on the spot. Maybe we should just get through this, and then, you know, I mean, in all fairness, this is a lot to absorb, and there's a lot more to come. And so if you have some initial reactions, I say go for it. But if you don't want to and you want to digest it and think about it, that's fair too.
Well, I mean, I'll just say that it's made sense to me that there was meddling with our genetics at a certain point from extraterrestrials, or what I like to call star beings.
Okay.
Whether they're interdimensional or whether they're physical, you know, that's still up to debate for me. But I know that interdimensional beings, at the very least, are real, and I believe that there's ways that we've had our genetics tampered with. I think that that's just a personal belief I have. I have no proof of that thing, but I think that humans have had that. So if this was talking about a time where this process was going on, and somebody, you know, there was kind of rules and an order and a plan, and then somebody kind of overstepped and they went a little too far, or they didn't do that, and then they go back to their home in Arcturus, you know, he's like, oh, that's too much. Like, so we're going to send you back. I mean, that's kind of it's kind of the flavor that I'm feeling from this.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like when the kids are acting up, they get a timeout. You know, this is timeout. I don't know. Yeah, it's a
Perfect.
lot. So, well, we'll keep going.
Well, he's a good communicator, actually. Man, because that was
him out of
I mean, that was the
Earth
thing that
to
he
Arcturus.
pulled out. I mean,
but he returns when called for. Many follow him here.
I couldn't have pulled that out.
What of the serpent?
But now maybe I'm reflecting on it. Maybe
female mated with my uncle and got the creature with legs that crawled from the waters, and over a long time came to be a natural man, strong and large of stature, worshiping its ancestor. A fork in the road became the snake.
You know, one piece that I can add here is when
the body,
God in Genesis,
a fork in the road became our body, is the code. The snake is code for body in the old. In that way, I know that. The fork in the road, I'm not sure, became our body. I would guess that. Yeah, like the crux of what he's talking about, which I kind of wasn't tuning into too much.
The snake for actually encouraging Adam and Eve to eat from the fruit of the tree of life. He says, from henceforth, you will crawl on your belly, which means that the snake had legs, right? So that what is a snake with legs? Well, a snake with legs is a dragon. And that's what it is, you know? And so if the punishment is to remove the legs and make it crawl on its belly, it's transforming a dragon into a snake. And I thought that was a pretty insightful piece that I came across when I was reading Genesis. Like, oh, well, this wasn't a normal snake. The snake had legs, because if from henceforth you'll have to crawl on your belly, it means he was walking before that.
Well, I'll tell you right from the get-go, I'm not a biblical scholar by any means, so I am not the person to weigh in on this deeply. Like I said, I have my own ideas about things, but it doesn't come from a deep knowledge base of biblical scholarship, that's for sure. Okay. Another natural man and woman. So if you follow me, whether you turn right or left, you will hear a voice behind you saying, "This is the way, walk in it." So that's the end of the encrypted part with the numbers. And then there's one more line, and it says this in plain English: as I am allowed to say. And that's what it says, right? Right there. As I am allowed to say.
Okay. Now you got to tighten your belt.
It's already so tight. There's no more loops. We're done. We're cooked.
And you
Let's
can
keep going.
see that this is a line. This is another one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And there is a total of, then they just are single lines. There's 22. So what you have to do, Aubrey, is you make a grid system, and then you put your phrase at the top, the poor knights of Christ. And this is my working sheet. I did this part, and the yellows are the words, every other word. And like I said before, this is scripto continua. So you've got to make the words, right? And so every other word I put in yellow so you can read it. And the way that it works is you put the phrase, the poor knights of Christ, and then you start with the very first line of letters going this way. And then you start going through the alphabet. Is there an A in the phrase, the poor knights of Christ? No. Is there a B? No. Is there a C? Yes. Christ. C in Christ. So then you take that first line of letters this way, you go to the C, and you put it this way. And then you go D, E, all the way through the alphabet, and then eventually all 22 will fill in. Then you read it this way. That's how I decoded this. Now, I've done this type of decipherment before with a cipher phrase, so it actually went pretty quickly. Okay. He saved the best for last. I, not entirely human. Well, if there was any doubt, he removed it right there. So he was essentially a hybrid, right? I, not entirely human. A rupture of the small intestines was not enough to kill me. So the spear, everybody assumes, went into his lung. I mean, I've heard that, right? But your small intestines comes all the way up. And obviously that's what got pierced, if this is correct. I slowed my breath and was declared dead. My cousin of my earth father's side had me rest in his family tomb. That's the Telpiot tomb.
Whoa.
That's what I've written about in my books in the past, that is the tomb of the biblical Jesus. And I think this is confirming that that's correct. I healed myself, and my wife came and freed me. I guess he was married. To Mary. And we traveled to the north and preached a joint religion of male and female. This doesn't surprise me at all. I've been talking about the hooked X symbol for over 20 years. It means monotheistic dualism, a single deity that has dualistic aspects. Male, female, heaven and earth, good, bad, light, dark, yin, yang. The concept of opposites that keep things in balance. That's what that hooked X symbol means. That's on the runestone 22 times. That's not a coincidence. And so here, this is what he said he was doing. And I predicted this a long time ago. So this is validation of a lot of the research that I've done myself.
Did you
and
hear
I
that?
What I was doing.
I just heard something.
Logic. And I read this, and
All the way.
when I read that,
Real.
man, how awesome. You know? But I believe it.
Real stuff.
I believe it. In my heart and my soul, I know it's right. We bore 2 children, returned to Jerusalem, and finally, I ascended to my Father. my body returned to my cousin's family tomb. So this is a vessel. That's all it is. And his spirit went to his father, his soul, whatever you want to call that life force. That's how I interpret that. Okay. Pay close attention now. My spirit will return at the end of the 6th day, June 6, by the new counting, 2,999 at 6 p.m. So said my father. But beware, 6/6/26 at 6 p.m. I'll say that again. 6/6/26 at 6 p.m. So Aubrey, enlighten us.
Well, we're about to be in 6/6/26. It's in a couple weeks from now, and something is going to happen at 6 p.m. But why beware? What does beware mean?
Great question. Now, I think most people will automatically assume that it's something bad, right? But, you know, being an athlete, I just played 2 hours of basketball. Another way I could interpret that is, hey, beware. Be careful. Just, you know, pay attention, right? Like the guy's coming to set a pick or whatever. I think the automatic assumption that it's something bad, we just need to be careful. It may not be bad. It may just be something to watch out for. Just be on the lookout.
Like heads up. Heads
up. Exactly. So I don't know what that means, but like you said, it's coming in a few weeks. It'll be here in less than 2 months, a month and a half. I've thought long and hard about this, and people said, well, what do you think that means? What do you think is going to happen? Well, the answer is, I don't know. But if I had to guess, my personal guess is it has something to do with disclosure. That's the only thing I can really think of. And if that's it, beware. Like, you know, it's not negative. It's like, okay, we're here. We've always been here. You are part of us. I mean, that's the way I want it to go. I don't know.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
I guess we'll find out soon.
An embrace from the stars.
That would make sense from a prophecy standpoint if they are kind of orchestrating things from, you know, either extra dimensional or higher intelligence of evolution that's created extraterrestrials with higher intelligence, and they had a plan, and the plan, I mean, if they're part of the plan, then they can say, all right, this is our plan, 6/6/26, we've made an agreement with whatever galactic federation exists, etc. Just one hypothesis, but it makes sense to me that you could be very precise with a prophecy like that, because actually it's a group that's been planning this for a long time, and they've made their calculations and they've figured things out, and they're going to do something on 6/6/26.
Well, that works for me. I mean, that to me seems like it's very plausible. I know some people have said, well, maybe it's the apocalypse, something really bad is going to happen. I don't believe that. I don't believe it at all. Why would he come back?
That wouldn't make sense if he's
doesn't make sense.
In 2099?
2099 at 6 p.m. So why would he say that if there wasn't something to come back to?
Exactly. So this is some kind of fork in the road, like the serpent. This is a fork in the road at 6/6/26 at 6 p.m. There's some bifurcation of path that's going to happen there.
Okay, let's just do a little gematria for fun, okay?
Mm-hmm.
What's 6 plus 6?
12. Oh, that's
plus
the
6.
That's the universal number. 18.
Plus 6.
24.
Plus 2.
28.
26.
24 plus 2.
26. Damn it. Son of a... I was doing so good. I got cocky.
You were going way too fast.
I was on fire. I got cocky.
Loose loosen up that belt a little bit there. Okay, now divide by 2.
13.
Boom. Coincidence?
Yeah. Well, I guess we got to buckle up for what's going to happen on 6/6/26.
Oh wow, that is really interesting.
What time zone, though? That's what we need to know.
Okay, all right. That is a great question, and that question has been brought up. And in my mind, it's Jerusalem.
That would make sense.
If something happens in Jerusalem, when it gets to be 6 p.m. where we are, it'll be the next day there. So, but that's in our time zone. So, that's a great question. I don't know. All right, I'm going to finish off. You ready?
I'm ready.
No, I'm not going to finish off. I'm going to read the next part, and then I want to hear what you have to say.
Okay.
Also, be not fooled by the false prophet, spelled Profit. Be not fooled by the false prophet and his clone, who will rise on the 3rd day after his death. Prophet? First thing that came to my mind was Donald Trump. Yeah, that's just me. Profit, right? As in money. But the clone. Now, the word clone, people have questioned and said, well, did they have that word back in Jesus' time? And actually, they did. The word was actually clone. It was pronounced clone. The Greeks used it, and it was spelled K-L-O-N, but it was pronounced clone. Basically for grafting plants to create new species. So, or a copy. So, it's spelled the modern way, but the word clone was around in 1897, so that's not a problem. But thoughts?
Well, I mean, because it's spelled profit, I mean, it certainly seems like money, this kind of Ahrimanic mindset that has taken hold of our world, in which everything is reduced to a physical material value. It could be a person, or it could be an ideology that has infected many different people. And so, one hypothesis would be that there's going to actually be some kind of hybrid human that will appear and actually not actually be
AI.
the emissary of
AI is the clone
of God, but there will be some actual physical representation of it, or be aware of this idea that is in the form of this kind of Ahrimanic reductionist profit over all things, money as our God kind of symbol. So I think for me, that's kind of what I'm holding in my own mind as I'm figuring this out. It's like, is this another hybrid being that comes, or is this an ideology that is already here? So yeah, that's kind of what I'm holding.
In other words, a metaphor.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, brother, but I'm very curious to get your feedback, and I know that as you digest this message, you're going to have some other thoughts too. So, all right.
Sure.
So now we're gonna finish. Know this: in the beginning was the Word, and that Word was God. There was none before him, there was none after him. The Word is eternal. That's it.
Wow. Well,
that's a lot, isn't it?
That's a lot. I mean, that's a lot. That's bringing us into a whole different paradigm of understanding the Yeshua story, of understanding our place in that story, of understanding what's to come.
Word is eternal. In the beginning was the Word, and that Word was God. There was none before him, there was none after him. The Word is eternal. That's it.
Wow. Well, that's a lot. That's bringing us into a whole different paradigm of understanding the Yeshua story, of understanding our place in that story, of understanding what's to come, and it's absolutely fucking wild. I mean, and like the bottom line is, whoever wrote this, they went to great pains to protect it and preserve it. I mean, if this was just the longest standing practical joke of all time, it's just they way overdid it. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
You fooled me. I have to say something. When I was not playing, I lost a couple, then I won a couple. But while I was there, some people have heard about, the research, and there's a lot of guys that are interested in this subject. And I told them I was going to be doing your podcast today. So I know they're going to be watching it. You're going to get a few new people watching, probably following after that. But, they asked me about you and about the first time we got together. And I said, I teased him. I didn't read the message. He goes, oh, you did that to him? I said, well, yeah, but that was, he was cool with that. But I said, I'm going to be back and today's the day. And he said, well, what did people say?
If it is invalid, we promise a tenfold refund. This denture can be successfully worn in just 1 second and is suitable for everyone. Whether you have complete teeth, partial mid...
Cool with that, but I said, I'm going to be back and today's the day. And he said, well, what did people say? And I remember when we did this the last time, and I forget who he was, but he asked a really good question. And the question was, I know you can't tell us the message, Scott, but, did you have thoughts about who the biblical Jesus was beforehand? And now that you know the message, what do you think of him now? And it was a really good question, and I forget who that was. But I remember, and I told this person at the club today about that question. And he said, well, what did you say? And I said, well, when I grew up, my dad was a Freemason. I didn't know it. He never told me. Wasn't quite ready to. But I was never went to church. I was never indoctrinated into that theology. And so when I saw people that were back in, when I grew up in the 70s, we called them Jesus freaks, right? People that were over the top with their faith, at least I thought were over the top. And then I would think about, when Jesus came back and saw some of these people, what would he think? And so it just sort of gave me a negative impression of him, totally unfairly. But that was my experience. And then I told your person that asked the question, I said, but now after reading this scroll, I want to meet this guy. I would love to have a beer with him and talk more. I have a very positive impression of him. And, like I told you before we released what I just read to you, I was nervous. I was worried that people would consider it blasphemy or whatever. But in fact, the opposite has happened. And I get the impression that even though you haven't had a chance to digest this yet, I got to believe your initial impression is positive. Am I right?
Absolutely. I think for me, I've always had a very positive impression of Yeshua and the teachings that came through as he embodied the Christ. And for me, I've always told the story as he was just like any of us, but he maxed out his potential. That's what being the Christ means. It means that you max out your spiritual potential. And so his journey can be told as, any one of us, if we can max out our potential, this is what it could look like. And there's a lot of the different texts and different things that he says that kind of imply that, like, that which I do, you will do more and greater, these kind of encouraging messages to people to like reach for what is possible within all of you. And like the power of God is within you. So there was this kind of, that was the feeling that I had. And I kind of discarded those other ideas that he came in out of some immaculate conception and was already fully baked as an enlightened being from the start. But there's a lot of stories that kind of imply that. But now what this does, it opens up the possibility, well, maybe he was just different from the beginning. And maybe actually this was some kind of hybrid insemination project that went on with his mother Mary. And there was this kind of immaculate conception, some type of, star being IVF scenario where he was like, he was inseminated, and then he came out as a fully awakened, enlightened being that was a representative of God. And either way, it's an awesome story, but it's opened my mind to the possibility that it could be what my original thesis was and what this thesis B is. But in either case, I think his wisdom, although it's subject to interpretations, etc., it still stands. It still stands, undoubtedly. And now there's just two possible working hypotheses. One that is more in alignment with the kind of mainstream theology with a spin. And the spin is that he came in fully baked because he was actually created to be different. And then also the resurrection. I mean, so many pieces actually make sense in this new narrative. So it's a lot. I mean, this is a pillar of Western culture. This is something that's going to take me a little while to digest. And I've intentionally not gone and researched where you've released this before, because I wanted to have the first impression be from you.
Yeah.
So this is my first time kind of absorbing this, and it's a lot to think about for sure.
Oh yeah.
But ultimately beautiful either way. Either way, it's beautiful.
Well, the way I think about it, I in a pragmatic way, in the last 10 years or so, what have we been hearing about? Disclosure, right? And the whole notion, I think we've been being prepared for, extraterrestrials and the fact that we're not alone in the universe. And
if you want the authentic Ethiopian Bible, grab the one I always have in my videos. This exact copy, large print. You can actually read it. Written in English. All 88 books inside the book. Not behind the QR code. Not split into 2 volumes. Not hidden in the digital download. Every page, every word in your hand. Now I need to warn you about something.
The fact that we're not alone in the universe, and there's a lot more going on than any of us ever dreamed. And I think in addition to that, not just preparing for the idea of extraterrestrials, but I think now we're talking about arguably the most famous person that ever lived, right? Who has impacted so many people's lives. Now he's being taken to another level, if you will, that I think have been prepared for that as well. Because by being prepared for the whole idea of extraterrestrials, oh, by the way, he was one of them, or a hybrid. And maybe the next step is for us to understand what you said earlier, that we are also hybrids, or we might be hybrids. And that's a pretty heavy thing to hear. But I think we've been getting prepared for it. I don't think any of this is coincidence. I find the timing of our finding this to be in the middle of this madness that the world is going through right now. I think things are starting to come out that are going to help us put it all back together in a good way. And that's the way I'm looking at this. And that's why I'm getting more confident. I'm getting more excited about sharing the message. Again, people can interpret it however they want, and people are going to interpret it differently. But I see it as positive, as totally positive. And that's the reception that we've been getting. And I'm really happy that that's what it is. And I hope it's the start of a bigger thing for everybody, for the world to start. Let's get this shit cleared out, and let's take a closer look at what he was saying and she was saying, because they were teaching this, not just him. They were. So male, female. The goddess is important too. And she's mentioned here, Ashura, called wisdom. So, yeah.
Wow.
Now, there's a thread that I want to try and weave into this story that I can't exactly place it, but there was in one of our communications, whether that was just us, talking, you kind of talked to my group, the round table, and also we did a podcast, but you mentioned the angel K.
Yes.
Where does the angel K fit in this story? How do we weave that thread into the story?
I'm glad you brought that up. So the angel K, there is another message. Actually, it is on this page, except it's on the other side, but it's encrypted. And basically what it says, amongst other things, the angel K says, take the Yeshua scrolls, pick one, burn the rest. I do so. I'll go with the Sulpicians to the north. This is the last of 3 different messages that mentions the angel K. Now, when he first is introduced, this was about 6 years ago. And so basically what happens is the message starts off and it says, I saw the lights again. The right one descended upon my winter lodge, and there stood the likeness of a man. Not a man, a man. It's definitely an O. About his eyes shone a light blue. He spake unto me in the language of the people. And I said to him, can ye hear me? He replied, yes. And I forget the rest now, but then they were speaking telepathically. And he switched languages. Then he says the angel K. And I don't say this part of the message because I don't want people going up there. But he says, Talico, the guy that wrote this invisible message, is the guy that did the final update of all the records. His cover name was Clyphus Lucinius Jarbo, and a lot of the documents he uses a sigla with those 3 letters. His indigenous name was Talico, which is was it Choctaw? I think it's Choctaw. I might be wrong on that. But anyway, he was married to an indigenous woman. He says the angel K says, I have need of thee again. And then he sends him on this mission to go recover a scroll. That scroll was called the Book of the Wars of the Lord. And then when he recovers it, he gives it to the angel K, who says to him, the scroll of the wars Lord, the Lord's wars, is no longer amongst the world of men. That encrypted message is dated 1898. That's only a year after this scroll was encrypted. It begs the question, why did the angel K, who's obviously an extraterrestrial, take the scroll? This scroll was hidden at the Temple of the Goddess sometime before the 10th century. And it's biblical in nature because the Book of the Wars of the Lord is mentioned in Numbers. But if you Google it today, it says there is no extant copy known to exist. Well, we have it now. But in 1898, they took it. The question is, why did the ETs, why did K take it? There's 2 reasons, I think. And this is the interpretation of all the people that I work with. And I work with people that are a lot smarter than me and people that are not afraid to say, Scott, you're full of shit. This is what it means. Just like increasing storms. I thought it was weather. It wasn't. So what's in the scroll are 2 things. One is obviously extraterrestrials. The other is a dual-gendered God religion. Which begs the question, in 1898, was the world ready for a dual-gendered God religion? Nope. Were they ready for extraterrestrials in 1898? No. I think that's why the Angel K came and took the document. But now here in the last 5 years, we have come into our possession through the Templar tradition, 2 parts. And in both parts, we have both of these aspects. Which begs the question now, is the world ready for extraterrestrials and a dual-gendered God religion? My answer to that is, ready or not, people, here it comes.
Yeah. Amen.
So that's K. That's K. And he's mentioned in a couple of other messages, and the only interpretation that I have and the people that I trust, he's an otherworldly entity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, kind of a interlocutor, some kind of emissary that's managing this situation. So you said you have fragments of the Book of the Wars of the Lord?
Yep.
Oh, what does that say?
Yes. Well, okay, so now that you've asked me that, and we just haven't had time to go through and connect all the threads, but there is one of the researchers that we work with told me that the part that I'm going to read to you in the Bible, there is a story of the sons of Dan traveling to Nod, and that there's a conflict that's brewing, but then it stops. But then it picks up later, and there's a part that's missing. And she said, this is that part that's missing. In other words, that part was taken out. Okay. All right. So now remember I told you about Bill Jackson, and he bought this scroll in 1971, and he spent a lot of time trying to understand it. And Don was part of that. Now, in 1994, Bill Jackson, who was a medical doctor, realized that he was dying of arterial sclerosis and Parkinson's disease. So he made the decision to sell the document to the Vatican. Now, when I heard this, I went, Bill, you were doing so well.
Right.
Well, he pulled out the most important parts and disseminated them. And the stuff that he did sell, he took photographs of. And that's one section of the Book of the Wars of the Lord. So if you want, I'll read it.
Please.
And the Canaanite king Arad, his armies and his cities were delivered to the Israelites at Hormah. Then did the Lord say unto Moses, say unto the sons of Dan, depart 20,000 with Wahab and Jamali. And if I butcher these words, I apologize. I'm doing the best I can. Jamali, son of Ahizar, son of Ashadai, and return to the river by the Sea of Reeds on the border of Edom. There will the sons of Dan stand with sword and lance before and shield and bow behind. Yet let no man of Dan put foot or toe upon the waters of the river, but stand upon the bank and stamp their feet and beat upon their shields. Let none of the sons of Dan set foot upon the land of Edom. And Jamali will prophesy in the name of wisdom. So did Moses instruct Wahab and Jamali, son of Ahizar, as the Lord commanded, and they departed. When some distance away off the remnant of the armies of Edom, some 40,000 with 2,000 chariots that had denied the Israelites entry into Edom, saw the host of Dan approaching and prepared for battle. The leader of the Edomites called out to Wahib, you come upon us in stealth, when we denied you entry unto our country, but try to do battle now. However, we will destroy you. Then Jamali unto the Edomites, the goddess Wisdom has commanded us, and we have obeyed, but we set not foot into Edom. Then a cloud descended from heaven and set above the armies of the Edomites, and a mist surrounded them. The voice of Wisdom cried out from the cloud, These are the people of the Lord, and I am their goddess. You will depart this place or be destroyed, for I do battle this day for the sons of Dan. The leader of the Edomites sent forth his chariots into the shallows of the river. Then did a silver beast descend from the cloud in the likeness of a great bird, and spat bolts of lightning from its wings into the water, and the horses of the chariots died. And the men of the chariots shook as with a palsy, fell to the waters and drowned. Then a great flame emitted from the mouth of the beast, and the host of the Edomites were consumed. To the last blade of grass were they consumed, and the earth scorched black. Then cried Wahib, Why? You could have done this when we asked entry into Edom, but they refused us passage. Then Jamali prophesied such, This is what my Lord commanded, and I defy not his command, says Wisdom. Yet this place is mine. My Lord gives it to me. I have sanctified it with fire and burnt offerings. In times to come, the king of Edom shall remember this place and this day, and shall enter into a covenant with Israel to build a great fort here. And 1,000 ships will sail into all the water of the earth and return with riches, more than the grains of sand upon the desert. Return now unto the page is wrecked there, or who was drawn from the waters where Israel awaits upon the banks of the Anan by the ridges of Ar, on the borders of Moab.
What did I just do?
So did Jamali, Wahib, and the men of Dan lay down their weapons, put out their fires, take up their tents, their livestock, and their women, and departed as Wisdom commanded. So it was written in the book of the wars of the Lord. A silver beast descended from the clouds with wings like a bird. A Klingon. Yeah, instead of Klingon.
Yeah, certainly sounds like it.
And Wisdom. A silver beast descended from the clouds with wings like a bird. A Klingon. Yeah, instead of Klingon.
Yeah, certainly sounds like it.
And Wisdom.
That one's.
Wisdom is the feminine, the consort of the Lord. There's that dual-gendered God religion. That's my interpretation.
Totally. And the rest is certainly above my pay grade. I would want to get somebody who really understood the history and what this all means, who the sons of Dan were, what was going on.
Yeah.
It's just what overarchingly, this is just like we've been fed fragments of the story, and we've tried to make meaning out of these fragments. But there's a real story that's underneath this that hasn't been perfectly crafted to me.
If you sit down, push, and only a little poop comes out, you have what doctors call a poop cord. The Mayo Clinic.
The real story that's underneath this that hasn't been perfectly.
I got a poop cork.
The ends and desires of whoever crafted the messages.
I got a comment.
May not just be
Mother is origin, Father is direction.
The extraterrestrial, extra-dimensional beings that exist, but maybe a disclosure of the real history of how this all went down, so we can make sense of how we got here.
Well, and the other thing that to me is self-evident here is this whole idea of extraterrestrials. They didn't show up recently. They've always been here. certainly going back 2,000 years, which this is, I mean, the other interpretation I think I can make from this is that by her burning everything and sanctifying the ground, it says they will build a great fort here. Could this be what happened before, the first temple was built? And could this be where it was built and why it was built here?
Right.
Why was the Temple of Jerusalem built where it was? Maybe this is the story that was taken out of the Bible or out of the Gnostic teachings, and this is the real story of why. And it's easy to see. Look, there's no question in my mind. The reason that no extant copy has been around for a long time is the church. The church doesn't want any of this. I mean, I don't know how you can interpret that this is very likely we're talking about extraterrestrials and we're talking about a God that's on an equal plane with my Lord. They don't want that. So like I said before, ready to go. Here it comes. And in my mind, it's all over the...
Yeah. Well, we certainly, it feels like we're in the 11th hour of something needing to radically shift. And all of the different tools that have gotten us to this point are not going to be the tools and the assistance that we need to get us to the next point. It seems like we could use a little pattern interrupt in our world, and all prayers and blessings that is something that's needed and positive. But I mean, fuck. I don't know what to say.
You took the words out of my mouth. When I read that the first time, I went, "Holy fuck!" But no pun intended, of course. But yeah. But let's face it. Right now, we are going through a realization that the world we thought we knew is not the world we thought we knew. And I'm not just talking about extraterrestrials. I'm talking about the things that are coming out, in the Epstein files, and as a Freemason, I'm getting a lot of messages from people that are saying, "Is this the kind of rituals that you guys do? Are you part of this?" And I'm like, no. And in fact, last night, I had a past Grand Master stayed with us. He's at meetings today, but when he comes down to the cities, he stays with us. We talked about this very thing. What does this mean for Freemasonry? How do we help educate people that, don't understand, and they hear the word rituals, and then they hear that we do rituals. Are these the same rituals that these, No, it's not at all. And so it's a challenging time in a lot of ways, in many ways. So, and part of the reason I had a little trepidation when this came out was because I'm also a Freemason and a Knights Templar. And a lot of people don't understand what we're all about. And part of it is our own fault. I think that our tradition needs to do a better job of educating the public. But I remind people, we call America the greatest country in the world. I think personally we need to start acting like it a little more. Nowadays, I don't like what I see, but I believe that the system that we have in place, regardless of what happens to the individuals, is a good system. And I might remind people that our founding fathers were pretty much all Freemasons. So we were the ones that, it was our brethren that put this system into place that we now call the United States of America. And it's a pretty good system, in my opinion. We just need to do a better job of putting the right individuals in place on both sides of the aisle. I'm not picking on one side more than the other. There's plenty of blame to go around. But the system itself, I think, will survive whatever's going to happen in the next coming months or a couple of years, whatever. But Freemasonry is all through our Constitution, all through all of it.
Yeah. I think people immediately conflate anything that's a secret society, anything that's a ritual, with the bad iterations of this. And that doesn't even make any sense. Of course, there's a balance. Of course, there's there's people who have the right intentions and the wrong intentions, and the fact that they have organizational structures that actually help proliferate and hold their wisdom and actually bring people into coherence. Of course, but I think what we've seen is we've seen the bad cults, not the good cults. They're all over Netflix. We've seen the bad iterations of these satanic rituals, etc. But there's plenty of other ones that just we haven't heard about. As practitioner of different psychedelic medicine and the great traditions of our world, we're doing rituals all the time that have nothing to do with anything bad, just purely love and beauty and awe and wonder for the miraculous mystery that is life.
And awakening of your inner self. I mean, it's
exactly.
And the rituals that I've been involved in with Freemasonry, Scottish Rite, York Rite, traditions that are non-Masonic, Rosicrucianism. It's about enlightenment. It's about learning and practical things, spiritual things. But at the end of the day, it's about opening up you and becoming your higher self. And people fear things that they don't understand. And that's why I'm very transparent. And people want to ask me about Freemasonry. I get emails every day, and I tell them, how can I learn more? I said, just go on the Grand Lodge website, fill out a petition, and do it. But it's not for everybody, and people have to decide for themselves. But don't fear what you don't understand. If you don't know about something, learn about it, read, enlighten yourself. And all it's going to do is make you a better person. And I think in the end, you're going to have a better life.
Indeed. Well, this was a meatball sandwich of information that you provided here, Scott. I'm glad we got to take the time to patiently go through it all. I'm going to certainly be thinking about this a lot. Where does your quest go from here? I mean, this is a once in a lifetime discovery of sorts. And what's on your radar? I mean, where are you going from this?
No, I know exactly what's. Obviously, people tucked away in New Mexico lies a mystery built of wood and maple, the Loreto chapel. Legend says that in the late 1870s, the Sisters of Loreto prayed a novena for staircase to reach their quiet home. On the final day, a mysterious carpenter appeared on the dome and built this spiral staircase in secret before disappearing without a trace or payment. To this day, the staircase remains an engineering marvel. Scientists and architects are baffled by its construction. There are no visible nails, and it lacks any central support, which should have made it impossible to build without a central column to bear the weight. But the true mystery might be in its symbolism. The staircase is made of green wool revolutions and contains exactly 33 steps, a powerful number in spiritual traditions, representing the age of Jesus Christ and his death. It's not just a staircase, it's a profound journey of spiritual ascension. Tucked away in New Mexico lies a mystery built of wood and maple, the Loreto chapel. Legends.
Jersey. Oh my God.
That's beauty right there. That's beauty. Look at that one.
That's crazy. Okay. Nothing special on the black light. But you got me to steer it actually a couple of seconds. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. So now that's all I'm getting. My birthday, oh, 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 bye, 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 bye. What's he doing? What's up, buddy? Got your food? Got your food? Yeah. How's that day? Oh. Whoa. Today? Whoa. Today? Whoa. Today? Whoa. Today? Whoa. Hello? What we gotta do now? What we gonna do now? So beautiful. That was a lot of heat in that bowl. But burning steady through it, you had a good hit. You know what I mean? It's that steadiness. Hurts so bad. How is it going to hurt me so bad? It's going to hurt me so bad, doesn't it? Hey, buddy. Did you? You got water? You got fresh water? Yeah, I can't even believe. Watch that picture, don't. That picture. Oh, right back, all right. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. That's right. That's my people. Got my big birthday.
Has high blood pressure left you feeling exhausted, dizzy, or unable to handle work like you used to? If you're between the ages of 50 and 63 and your health is making it harder to... In regards to the limits of measurement of time, I'm a wonderful person. This is Anton, and today we're going to discuss a somewhat intriguing study in regards to the limits of measurement of time, and specifically a kind of a fundamental uncertainty in the universe itself that seems to prevent us from measuring time super precisely. But this doesn't mean that there's some kind of a flaw or some kind of an error in the time measurement device. It just means that by itself, the universe seems to prevent us from measuring time too accurately. And so let's discuss this new study by Nicola Bartolotti and the team you see right here in a little bit more detail.
Bro, tell me you don't understand this intuitively, instantly.
First, let's discuss exactly what this is based on and why right now this proposition makes a lot of sense. And that's because it's based on the most successful theory in modern physics, the idea known as quantum mechanics. And essentially the idea that's the foundation for pretty much most of the modern technology around us. Anything from microprocessors inside the device you're watching this on to various types of lasers, various types of internet cables, pretty much everything today depends on quantum mechanics or quantum physics. But despite its success, there is a giant gaping hole in our overall understanding of this theory. And especially because there's something referred to as the measurement problem. Simply because in the quantum world, things are always kind of fuzzy. And so particles like electrons don't exist in. Struggling with depression or severe anxiety? If your condition makes it difficult to maintain a job or function day to day, you may qualify for SSDI benefit. This might see what is that I see here below. Here, you see below. So here, now you can see. I can move the mouse. Hold on, it will be now you see. Like the crop circles. And then there's this wall of the thing. This here. No, it's the wall. circles. And then there's this wall of nothing here. So it's down, it's not right on the V, it's here. Let me check in the house. Oof. It's down here, let me reset. So it will be in this part here. Who missed it in the live? If you enjoyed the show, do remember to give it a like to spread it all over the world. So it's really near the very close to the Aristotle. And it's the big one, and then the big wall, and then there's a snake here that we can.
To my ear, it sounds like the shotgun noises, but maybe it's the planning noises.
Nobody at church.
Yo, this is what I do. Oh, is this what you do? Oh, Miss Perry. You don't have a job, get a job.
Did we do them? Well, yeah. It became immediately apparent that there's not us and them. There's us, them, and them, each with their own agenda. Once an basis here seem to be friendly. I've also come to the conclusion that the ET bases, they're more like reservations where governments have said, you don't bother us, we will bother you.
It seems like there's a galactic battle that's going on. Those that are friendly to us are maybe in.
Curry machine shock from Eric Star 6.
These are some.
I like his voice. I like his style. I just like his style.
How do they work? How do they work? That's what we're here to find out. Lots of different items. First thing you want a bag? Nah. Come on, bag. Guess what just unlocked? Now I can go shopping. Look at that. It's really trusting, isn't it? You just grab whatever you want. These are various ramens, which we're not all that interested in. You can just grab whatever you want and split. I mean, you can just rock and roll. Wow, where's the staff hiding at? There is no staff. What's in this machine? Kimchi, fried rice, hamburger, beef tongue. Okay, some spaghetti, center stage, dumplings, soba, noodles. What this machine? Oh, it sells, those are French fries. No way, fry potato. Never seen French fries in a vending machine. That's cool. And this is a curry machine.
Eric.
It's called Eric Salad. Eric.
What?
Eric
that's me. I'm Eric from the South. No, I'm Eric from the South. No, I'm Eric from the South. You're Eric Surf 6. I'm Eric from the South.
Let's go shopping. French fries for $9.50. That's about $6. Big cut fries.
Okay.
Like that. And what's this figure? Chicken biryani.
Chicken biryani. Eric South.
That's a treat.
It just says Eric South. That's the brand. That's the branding on it.
I've seen this before, but South Indian curry. All right.
Eric South.
Down below here, we're gonna do this one, the hachimitsu, which is that's
Hachimitsu?
honey butter chicken. Okay. And then spinach dal curry. Good. What's this? This one is the tomato. Oh, this has got saba. It's got fish in it. Mackerel. Nice. Mackerel, tomato. Okay. And what else? This is the mutton. Just gonna try them all. They're pretty small packages. For mutton curry. Okay. Lamb meat. And here's vegetable. Vegetable curry. Okay. Indian curry party. Alright, so you close this up. Let's see how we pay here. We use the IC card for this one. Okay, and scan the items one by one. QR code, action. Give me QR code. 1, 2, 3. Get a rocket. 4, 5, 6 items. This is kind of fun. And this guy. Alright, that's a lot of items. And then put the card. Card goes here, maybe. Card goes here. Where's the card go? It's go inside there. Where do you touch it? How do you buy it? IC card. Transportation. I don't know how it's going to charge me. It says Nikki must give the credit card. Let's make the card. Many ounce of the proceeds laid down. Okay, so the total is 7,710 yen. Check out. Okay. Let's do e-money. That's the card. The single card. And touch it. Alright. We're good. Checked out. Check, check, check. Got the goods. Let's roll.
Your birthday reveals how many past lives you had.
That looks like a grocery store in a. That was like a grocery store and a vending machine. That was crazy. A lot of stairs in Japan. So do they move to the left when you enter in? In the West, we go to the right of people usually. How do I step? How do I step? Through life. Dancingly. Dance it.
South Indian curry by the Eric South Company. Eric South. So you can call me Eric South 6. How about that?
I'm Eric South. You could be Eric South 6. I'm Eric South. I'm the Eric South 1. ha, ho, hey, ho, hey, ha, ho, hey, ho, hey, ha. Ho, hey, ha, ho, hey, ha. I can't even. Oh, God, you gotta be kidding me. Come on. Come on. Alright, I don't even need the top, whatever. time is it? It's 5:45. Okay, so and today is Thursday.
South Indian curry, it's different for the flavors of other parts of India, right? It's got a distinct flavor. It's more, the spices are different. Yeah, right. Lots of flavors. Yeah, very good. So let's try the French fries, fried potatoes. Let's get first with mustard and ketchup. No, mayonnaise is big. Who puts mustard on French fries? They don't like it. Oh, why do you not? You put mustard on onion rings. That's all right. Anyway, I like to mix the mayonnaise and the ketchup. This is my jam. I'm thinking as is. We'll try that first. I'll separate these and then you can decide. Because French fries, we're meant to see big time French fries. Yeah, just brown. These are Hokkaido. Right? Japanese Hokkaido French fries. Hokkaido potatoes. They make us soft. Yeah, very soft. With grease, a little bit of mayo. It's like a real potato.
Right, both sides.
And this was about half of the pack. It was an 800 gram pack, so it's about 400 grams. It's a lot of fun. Yeah. It's really a nice flavor. Crunch on the outside. Yeah. Well done, chef. Chef had these in the fry pan. We'll skip a big curry. Yeah, we see. Let's skip in the butter chicken. Yeah, the butter chicken curry is fun. More spicy. Okay, yeah, kid friendly. Got it. I'll go the chicken first. Chicken. Stir it up a little bit. Right, butter chicken. It's kind of the all-time favorite for Indian curry, isn't it? Yeah, it's got to be number one. So this is also got with the hot sweet soup? Yeah, honey. Yeah, honey as well. Yeah, it tastes like honey. Oh my gosh. It's so rich. That is delicious. Oh, it's good. Right, yeah. But sometimes butter curry can be sort of like weak. So this is something whole lot. It's great. Yeah, it does work. I mean, you can pretty much get everything in this. Yeah. It's so good. There's a YouTube trend that was going on for a while where people were dipping pizza in this stuff. Say it was amazing. Pizza, just take it. Pizza, just goes with anything. Right. Yeah. It's amazing.
Okay. I got that done.
Let's compare this chicken, the butter chicken. Delicious, by the way, wasn't nice and tender and nice and juicy. Let's compare that with the chef's salad prepared by our in-house chef. This is done with the Taco Bell sauce. Right? So this is Taco Bell seasoning mix, basically, done with chicken. So this is a chicken taco salad. And we got Doritos around the outside, nacho cheese Doritos. And we've also got some dressing. Blue cheese ranch dressing. In Valley Ranch blue cheese dressing should be a combo of both, right? One good. You need a full. Thank you so much. I've never tried the In Valley Ranch blue cheese version. This is first. It sounds fast. It looks just like standard ranch dressing. Yeah, it does. Got blue cheese on there, blue cheese flavor. We'll let you know. Alright. That works pretty good. The taste of the cheese. This ranch was good.
They're paying me to get my groceries today.
You're AI. You're not a real lady. I can tell. Why are you talking to me? I don't let you talk to me like that.
Coenzyme Q10 or CoQ10 is a naturally occurring chemical that exists in almost every cell of the human body. It carries out a ton of important roles in the body, like neutralizing harmful particles in the body called free radicals. In this video, I'm going to share with you 5 important things you have to keep in mind when taking CoQ10. So stay tuned till the end.
Stay tuned till the end.
I just subscribe button to stay up to date on bring up the body cells. 3. Are there actually, whenever your body does that, the mitochondria produce free radicals. Now, under normal conditions, free radicals are important as they regulate communication between cells and defend the body against infectious microbes. When excess, when too much, free radicals cause damage, which leads to inflammation, mutations, and tissue damage. CoQ10 comes in and acts as an antioxidant, which neutralizes free radicals and protects cells from this type of damage. Number 2, how much CoQ10 do we really need? The exact dose depends on 3 different factors: age, health, and what condition you're using it for. The stated dose range from 60 to 500 milligrams. The highest recommended dose is 1200 milligrams. However, clinical trials have used doses as high as 3 grams per day. Cunil Mega contains CoQ10 that has already been converted to its active form, ubiquinol, 100 milligrams, which can actually help you replenish your natural levels sooner. Number 3, are there actually any benefits? CoQ10 has been researched for a ton of different conditions, and I'm sure you may have heard of many of them. It would take hours to go through all of them. The 2 conditions that stand out have been for heart health to prevent heart disease, and this is because the heart contains some of the highest concentrations of tolerate them even at high doses. However, they can cause you to feel nausea, headache, upset stomach, and even heartburn. And lastly, number 5, interactions. Anticoagulants being a big one. CoQ10 might make blood thinning medications like warfarin less effective.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. The range. I've been taking way under the range. I probably should be taking more, I think. If he says therapeutic, it could be 600. It's usually never that high, but I mean, I've only been taking around 200 a day, and then probably should take 200. I take 200 now. I take 200 in the morning, 200 in the night, or yeah. I'll up it, see how it goes. Sort of. Toby, where you going, Toby? Come back. Where'd you get dirty from? Where'd you get that red foot from? Toby's back. My foot is going stiff. Gotcha. My butt is safe. I'm keeping my butt safe. What do you want me? Where do you want me? It's gotta be a safe place first. I gotta know it's safe. Then I allow you to come into my butt. I gotta know you're a safe person before I join your army. And going fight for Yogananda, fight for Yogananda's work, the great work.